Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Friday, August the 11th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me. See my screen. That'll help. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, excellent. Okay, guys, let's take a look at what is happening this morning. So the first thing I saw this morning was with this this ADAI. I missed the boat. I was looking to short this one, just fluffy news, real fluffy piece of news. I was looking to short this one and I just got distracted for about 5 seconds and that's when it dropped. So anyway, there's the ADAI. UBS, guys, UBS, pretty big news for this one now. UBS ending aid, liquidity guarantee is positive. It relates to limited Credit Suisse portfolio. So that's a big move up for UBS with that float. TSAT. I'm not sure I've ever seen it. It's a Canadian company, satellite company, but I don't think I've ever seen this one before. I've heard it. I know Telesat very well as a company, but I don't think I've really ever seen it trading. So anyway, there's TSAT. It's earnings play, but they also had some other news. I think they had some other news. Some $2 billion deal. For some reason, it is. Yeah, for some reason, I can't see that headline now, but I could have sworn I saw some deal for, here we go, and tapped MDA under a $2.1 billion deal as a prime satellite manufacturer, et cetera, of LEO constellation. Okay, so there's some big news for Telesat. They spun off because I remember them as a government corporation, but maybe they've spun off a long time ago. Now, guys, this one could be the one I'm really concentrating on. I wish it were an all-time low. It's not an all-time low, but MAXN, huge gap down, 27% gap down so far. MAXN, it's an earnings play, way down below now the 200-day moving average. The only issue is that there might be some support around that 1550 mark. So it's gapped down a lot. Not a big float, 30 million in the float. Is a company out of Singapore. So that is MAXN. Eaton. Where is Eaton? I think Eaton is an earnings play. Last big day, guys, for earnings. And we have some earnings next week, but we're definitely not in the towards the tail end of earnings season. Eaton now through the 200-day moving average. But you're looking left, and I just see a lot of stuff between that current price and four. That was next on my list was the INOD. Yeah, let me just do this. Let me get the change from the close. There we go. Change from the close. And we'll take a look at some of the earnings plays. So INOD is an earnings play. Yes, INOD is an earnings play. Well, this could be interesting. It's not a lifetime low, but it's certainly close to a lifetime, sorry, not low, but lifetime high. Very cheap for a lifetime high. I guess this probably over here is 1427. That's probably the lifetime high for INOD. Low float, 25 million in the float, and an earnings play. So EVTOL, ACHR, earnings play, guys. ACHR, Archer, vertical takeoff and landing. And this is an earnings play, but plus, I think they are also a $250 million investment. Announced a $250 million investment. The company, Whisk Arrow and Boeing, also announced a litigation settlement and collaboration. So that's got nothing to do with this $250 million investment. So I don't know who's doing it. I don't know who's doing the investment, but that's a lot of money. Aren't these guys linked with, I think it was Joby with American Airlines, wasn't it? Or Delta? Anyway, ACHR, nice gap up for it on earnings and that investment. SMLR for the earnings play. Let's take a look at what it's doing right now. SMLR, yeah, I mean, that's a big gap up to 32, pulled back $5 right now, and through the 200-day moving average. So before it was through that 200-day moving average. SMLR, not a lot of volume right now. They released after hours, right? So you can see the gap up after hours in the mauve area on my 15-minute chart. You see the big gap up. It's basically holding the gap, but obviously the volume will pick up once the market opens. Very low float, 5.3 million in the float. So this will be a very whippy to begin with. You guys have been talking about Ion Q. This is an earnings play. So on the daily chart, the next high is yesterday's high, which is 1529. If we can break through that, then 1585 is the next high after that. So, I guess keep an eye on the 1529 level, see if we can take that out. And this is an earnings play, a lot of volume. Initially, they announced earnings after hours, and initially the reaction was not good. It actually got down to $13, and then after hours, it started to move, and it's basically kept the after hours gains now in the pre-market. PGY. This has been a super active one in the past. This is also another earnings play, small earnings play, little guy, PGY. Now let's take a look at some of the earnings plays that I have not covered because maybe they haven't met some filter requirements or they're not up that much. But yeah, you can see we have a list of them. I mean, there's still a decent list. Anything 0.25 or minus 0.25. Scroll down here. So again, if you have my pre-market actives up and down, you have these two top lists. All you have to do is just double left click on the earnings day column and then scroll down until you start to see the 0.25. So there's the TSAT. Another one, Shineco. I think this is Shineco. No, Soho, sorry. SHCO earnings play. Relatively new stock, I guess. ASNS, real cheap one. I talked about the Eaton, talked about the INOD. There's the Archer. Talked about the similar. There's the PGY. RGTI, too cheap. Here's the Ion Q. See anything with a minus? Oust is one. Let's see. I think it was pretty active a couple of days ago. Yeah, very choppy on the daily. Hard to get a gauge on what can happen. FUV, another EV play. So those are the ones right now. I mean, there are more earnings plays, but these are the earnings plays that are meeting my filter requirements in the pre-market. Let's take a look at the ones on the way down, though. So there's the Maxon guy. So Maxon has had a bit of a pop. MAXN, big drop though, 26% on earnings. BTMD, what do these guys do? Ugly. Providing bioidentical hormone pellet therapy. Hmm, don't think I've ever seen them before. BTMD. Anyway, earnings play. VLD, cheap one. Peggy, cheap one. VTGN, we might want to take a look at VTGN. It's on the way down. I think it might be an all-time low. Yeah, this is basically an all-time low. Wait a minute. So I think might have, what day is this? Yeah, I'm not sure what happened here. Maybe this was a split or something. Anyway, this is an earnings play, VTGN. I can't really, sorry guys, I can't really remember what happened here. This might be split adjusted or something like that, VTGN. Peggy, another one. I'm looking for, these are way too cheap. You want to short some of these, but they're so cheap. Arlo, maybe. I mean, Arlo's another earnings play. ARLO, another earnings play. Actually, this has got room underneath, guys. The next low looking left for Arlo. It's got a little bit of room. I mean, 916 is the next low looking left for Arlo, ARLO. And what else do we have here? PBLA, another cheap one. Indie. Yeah, I mean the next lows looking left for Indie on the weekly chart, 745. It's probably too close. Just not that interested. IMPP is really cheap. Yeah, so I don't really see, other than the MAXN, which unfortunately it does have some support not that far away. That would be probably the one I'm going to focus on a little bit more, IPDN. Certainly not seeing any, PJ, not seeing any lifetime highs for an earnings play. Are you kidding me? UBS is almost a lifetime high. Not an earnings play, of course, but UBS is almost a lifetime high. How interesting is that? China, China, China. Let's take a look at KWAB. How do they do that? AWEB. The R is not even close to the B. Yeah, again, China's been all over the place over the last couple of weeks. They pop up, they drop. Okay, we're going to help. China government says we're going to help. Now we're not going to help. Chip wars. Now we're going to help again. And now we're down again. Biden calls China a ticking time bomb. Deflationary, yeah, Asian stocks slide and China jitters. US CPI offers little cheer. So there's your little people wondering why do these things happen? Well, if you're looking for any sort of a reason, I suppose that's as good as any. Look at that though. 200-day moving average. Will it hold it? Will the 200-day moving average hold KWEB today? 28.91. It's just a little bit above it right now. All right, let me take a look at the upgrades and downgrades from briefing.com this morning, see if there's anything interesting. Okay, so let's see. Trying to see if there's anything interesting. Okay, there's DESP. Let's take a look at DESP. Drum roll. Is it at 13 right now? No. Okay, guys. So this could be interesting. Despegar. Why could it be interesting? Why? Because Morgan Stanley has upgraded it to $13 from 650 to $13. Okay. So there's an upgrade. This is Argentinian stock. So it's been upgraded to $13. So let's see if that upgrade helps this one today at all. Okay. Not much volume. Well, actually, not bad. It's probably a pretty obscure stock. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to get the upgrades and downgrades in here. I can't look at them all individually yet until you get them in. I'll get the upgrades in first. I see that Ribbon has got an upgrade, guys. RIVN. Oh, I want to take a look at Doc DOCN also. Now, didn't Doc have was it an earnings play recently? As in, yeah, on the third. So DOCN has been upgraded by what? Digital Ocean. Okay. So Morgan Stanley, I mean, it's called an upgrade, I guess, because the upgrade price is way above. But I guess they had an upgrade price of 127. They've downgraded that to 103, but 103 is still way above $36. So, whatever reason, Morgan Stanley still likes his DOCN, okay, with a 103 price target. 103 price target. The stock's at 36 right now. You know what? I don't understand now because now it says price raised to 36 from 30 by Morgan Stanley. This is what I'm seeing over here. Morgan Stanley upgrade 127 to 103. Anyway, I guess it's too confusing for me. Oh, really? The one to watch on that upgrade side definitely is going to be the DESP. All right, let's take a look at some of the downgrades. Yeah, the downgrade list is way bigger than the upgrade list, guys. So I'll take a look at I'll take a look at some of them if I see a downgrade of big proportions. Cano. I see Cano is I mean Citigroup has downgraded them from 40 to 80 cents. I think it's there right now. CANO. I'm not even gonna look. I think I saw that in the pre-market. It's already there from $1. Ooh, here we go, guys. Forward. Is this an earnings play? FWRD. FWRD. Take a look at FWRD. Is this an earnings play? Had earnings on the second. Big gap down yesterday through the 200-day moving average. I see there are at least three firms downgrading it. Raymond James, Wolf Research, and Stifel. One's putting an $80, sorry, I see an $80 and a $103 price target. So forward being downgraded by three firms, and who knows, maybe more. FWRD. Just a few more to go, guys. I see TGI. Yeah, Triumph is. I think it's already there though. Yeah, Bank of America from 19 to 8. I think TGI is already there. Well, downgrades for Wolverine. I think it was already down yesterday. I don't know if it was an earnings play yesterday, but WWW. August 10th pre-market. So yeah, this was an earnings play yesterday. So there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades. So the one to watch really, if it takes effect, is that DESP. DESP, guys. Thank you, Lori, for that information on DOCN. Now, somebody mentioned the KWUE, okay, VUE. So yeah, this is supposedly, I shouldn't say it like that. Once the spinoff is completed, this will be added to the S&P 500. Like, not one of there's so many S&P, there's so many little, like the S&P 600, the small cap, and all sorts of, but this is the big one, S&P 500. It's going to be added to the S&P 500. Once this J&J, we knew this yesterday. So Kinvu to be included in the S&P 500 after the completion of the Johnson and Johnson exchange offer. Now, guys, the BSAQ, which was wild yesterday, BSAQ. So yeah, so the merger has been approved. In fact, just as I'm talking about it, it's starting to move down. And so this should start trading. I don't know what the symbol is going to be. They haven't indicated what the symbol is going to be. Could start trading next week. Expects, yeah, the Vietnamese electric vehicle maker VinFast says it expects to start trading on NASDAQ as soon as next week. Okay, so we can look forward to that next week. All right, let's see if anything is sneaking in here, anything interesting. All right, APYX starting to sink here, guys. I believe this is an earnings play. Yeah, this is an earnings play through the 200-day moving average. Well, okay, let's see. Where could it hold up at? 327 is the next low looking left on the weekly chart. If it can break through that, then 284, lots of support at 284. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sectors, the major sectors, see what's happening. The market, we're in for another negative open. But what I did was from our toolbar, I clicked on new, and then I clicked on docked channel bar, scroll down to where it says show more, and then clicked on the sector status. So these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy. So when you see two-thirds, 66.67%, two-thirds in red, what does it mean? That means that the stocks that make up XLE are down, 66% of them are down from yesterday's close. Okay. Now, interestingly, even though the market is in for a negative open, we have some positive sectors right now. Consumer staples, positive, positive. When I say positive, at more than 50% are above yesterday's close. And that's it though, consumer staples. So consumer staples could be a strong sector today. Now, as always, I'm more interested in to see where are these ones that are relatively close to the 200-day moving average. Where are they? XLE. So XLE is still above the 200-day moving average, that green line. XLV was another one that was, relatively close to the 200-day moving average. Oops, XLV. It's still above it. Take a look at tech. I mean, tech should be way above it. Might not even see the green line on the daily chart. Yeah, I don't even see it. Have to scroll down or scroll back. Whoops, scroll back. There it is. But you can sort of see what's happening, guys. I mean, tech has been super strong for a long time, but you can see it's starting to drift down towards that 200-day moving average. I mean, it's significantly far away from it, but definitely weakening. And then if we look at XLC communications, XLC is probably doing the same thing, but not as dramatic. Not as dramatic. Communication still kind of holding way above that 200-day moving average, but you can definitely see that tech, which is leading the charge in the market, you can definitely see that tech is starting to fade quite a bit now from the highs here. 182, 167 now. a look at some of the other ones. I haven't really checked the other ones. Okay, there's XLP. That so consumer staples, even though it's interesting, it's the only one that's really positive today to start, but it is, it's getting closer to the 200-day moving average also. So why is that important? Yeah, the 200-day moving average is probably the most watched indicator, in a simplistic way. Above good, below bad. Okay, in a very simplistic way, and not just for sectors, but for individual stocks. Any idea what happened to ISIG today? Simple change or bankruptcy? Let's take a look at ISIG, see if there's any news on this one. I haven't seen this one for a long time. Used to see this fairly often. Well, it looks like the last day it traded as ISIG was on the 3rd, so a little over a week ago. I don't see any. I mean, there's, on the 31st of July, announced shareholder approval of sale of in-store marketing business to Park Printing. But other than that, I don't know why this one is showing up when I clicked on ISI. Oh, yeah. Okay. I should have checked that. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with ISIG. Really don't. Trader Lee, you look new. Unless it's a different name you're coming into the room as. And if you're new, welcome. AIXI. Let's take a look at AIXI. All right. So is this an AI play? It's got AI in the name. Okay, guys, I'm going to have to, sorry, reload my news interactive brokers. It's not changing. So time is it right now? 9:28. I've got time. Give me a moment. All right, so XPAV. So a lot of China stocks, of course, are going to be down. XPAV, LI. I'm sure. Wow, look at XPAV. Big area for it to try to hold. Doesn't look like it's going to. If, in fact, the next low looking left, wow, we got room here for XPAV. If you're going to play a China stock today, I would have KWeb thumbnail so you can see what's happening with the overall China market. Let's take a look at LI. LI was the strongest of those three EV players out of China. It was almost an all-time high. It was, yeah, right up here. I mean, this was basically I don't know if this was an all-time high, but it was close. But you can see what's happening, guys. China stocks are just getting hit today. Wow, the market's opening. Where was William? Guys, we're open. Okay, let me get rid of this. Let's have a great end to this trading week, everybody. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes, try to let things settle down a little bit. I did see this ARCE. It was shopping around in the pre-market. I think this is an earning. Actually, no, I'm sorry. I have this marked down. This is a $14 takeover. Okay. They're going private. ARCE is going private. So that's why most people will not understand what that means, William. Gathering wool. Of course, but of course, you and I do know. Okay, guys, actually, look at Maxon. It actually has had a pop here. MAXN has had a pop. Okay, UPSC showing immediately my 200-day, sorry, my 10-day daily breakdown. UPST showing on my up on my 200, 10-day daily breakdown, guys. 10-day daily breakdown right there. But again, I do not like trading in the first 15 minutes. Now, VTGN, this is weakening here, guys. VTGN is weakening. This is an earnings play. It's actually an earnings play. Oh, see, INOQ had a nice pop. Okay, guys, TSAT out of Canada. Seemed like pretty significant news. I mean, it had a pop up to 1650. It's an earnings play, but more importantly, is a $2 billion deal. I mean, I don't know, is it an up to $2.1 billion deal? Is it over 100 years? I mean, I have no idea other than what I'm reading as a headline. All right. So yes, the market opened and SPY is down, Dow is down, NAS is down. So much for the good. Okay, now ACHR is starting to sink here, guys. So big, earnings after hours, but plus again a $215 million investment. But market doesn't care right now. Market does not care. So even though it's still up for the day, barely. There's a TSAT, guys. TSAT. This could just run. And I don't like taking trades this early. You look how whippy this is right now. It got up to 1380, was down here at 1170. I mean, there's $3 move right there for a $13 stock. We have a halt for JTAI. So this is probably was a SPAC, guys, and now it's trading as JTAI today. Yeah, no news on it. I can't get typically when you see a stock trading for the first time in the pre-market, it means that it was a SPAC that became JTA. I cannot confirm that. This LQR that started trading yesterday, I believe. Yeah, LQR. So this has not been good. TLSI. Let's take a look at TLSI. This looks like I don't know, maybe another SPAC that started trading as a TLSI today. Can't get any news on it. Okay, guys. Well, I know a lot of you follow the IonQ, and yes, it's running right now. Earnings play. So, the next high looking left on the daily chart, it's got a lot of room, 1740. Ah, okay. Look at the DESP. Will this upgrade for $13 by Morgan Stanley start taking effect? $13 from 650 by Morgan Stanley. The next high looking left for DESP is 855. Probably have to let that. If I'm going to take this one, I'm going to have to take that out. So I can just put a price alert right there. Well, Maxon, guys, has had just a turnaround, complete turnaround. I was actually looking at this as a potential short this morning. It's on earnings. It was a big gap down on earnings, but it is actually having a bit of a turnaround now. MAXN, sort of following the market a little bit. I think somebody mentioned EVLV as an earnings play. Yes, EVLV. Okay, EVLV is an earnings play, guys, coming right into the next high, which is 698. But EVLV is an earnings play. But you got to be careful of this $7 level right there. You can see there is the next high looking left. You know what? This is shortable for me. I mean, this is shortable for me. You see if this holds. If it cannot break through that, that is pretty significant area for it trying to break through. 698. All right, Maxon. So this is what Real is talking about. And I don't have the 8 EMA, but I have the 10 SMA, I believe, on my chart. I thought I did anyway. Okay, well, there's the EVLV, guys. A little bit above 7 now. Oh, India's getting clobbered here, guys. INDI. INDI. This is an earnings play. Wow. Earnings play. Next low looking left is 626. So, on a percentage basis, there's certainly room. This is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. MPW guys has been this is not quite an all-time low, but boy, it's weak. It had earnings on the 8th week. I think I saw multiple downgrades for this one. The next low looking left is just a little over 715 or so for MPW. Okay, EVL. I probably missed the boat on this one. I'll bet. No, not maybe not. Maybe not. I'm still my bias is short on this one, guys. Definitely short on this one. EVLV. I mean, it's an earnings play. I mean, it is over 7. But if it doesn't hold 7, if it drops below 7, like it's to 690 or so, I might take a short on this one. But it's still strong. Yeah, it's still strong. So, that's why I don't jump the boat gun on this one. I'm gonna wait. I've been asked to give my opinion of Tilray. Well, I don't like any of the cannabis plays, but here we go. Tilray. So it had earnings on the 26th, and it popped it. News 3 days ago about I guess buying some Anheuser-Busch brands a beer. It seems like they're trying to turn themselves into more of an alcohol company than a cannabis. But my opinion, I mean, you're at the 200-day moving average right here. 269 is the 200-day moving average. That could stall it. You'd have to let that. I mean, I just don't see enough in this. I mean, even if it takes out that 200-day, you've got a lot of resistance right at 3. That's what I see anyway. Okay, guys, we're almost 15 minutes in. Okay, I think this is a small earnings play. RGTI. Yeah, this is an earnings play. It's got some room, guys. All right, this is an interesting one, perhaps. Got some room. 289 is the next high looking left for RGTI. Probably a low. Actually, it's not a crazy low float. 76 million in the float, but this is an earnings play. The volume has really picked up. That's RGTI. There's the RGTI guys on the move here. All right, we are now 15 minutes in, so now I can start taking a harder look at some of these. So, real was that the 8 EMA on the 15-minute chart for Maxon, MAXN, that you were talking about moving into that? Give me one moment, guys. Okay, HLIT. Let's take a look at HLIT. This is on that up big yesterday, down big today. So it was, well, that was up big yesterday, down big today. Nice call, definitely by Real on this Maxon. I guess hitting some kind of a. It was just too early for me, but nice call. Yeah, this BSAQ is, maybe if it gets above that 1856, which is the body of yesterday. Again, this is going to turn into. I don't know if the symbol, Cam or Casa, did you put in a symbol name? I don't know if that was if you're surmising that's what it was going to be, VFS or something like that. No, they're not TI employees. No, they just William helped me out because he opens the room up. So I give him that what's called administrator privileges. And Real's been around for a long time, and he sort of but no, he's not a TI employee, but he definitely helps me out a lot, especially when I take a break or something, and maybe keep an eye on trying to keep people in check. But no, they're not TI employees. No. Okay, guys, the DESP. I think in a different market, I'd be inclined to take some of this DESP again with that JP Morgan upgrade. Oh, that's right. I'm waiting for this break. If it happens, 853. Okay, guys. HLIT. I am interested in taking this as a short. This is showing up on my up big yesterday, down big today. Not down huge, okay, but it's down and it meets all the filter requirements. Maybe it's just getting going on the way down. Market, if the market takes a pop up, of course, that probably will not to make the trade or trying to short this that great. But why I like it is looking left. 990 is the next low looking left. So it certainly has room. Ooh, look at Arlo now, guys. Arlo, yeah. Somebody mentioned this one. I mean, this is an earnings play, a little bit crazy. This is like a gap down and reverse now. Got room, 1147, next high looking left. If it keeps going, what's the volume like? Starting to pick up. Hey guys, I'm in the HLIT. Close eye on it because it may follow the market. So I'm gonna have to real close eye on this. Boy, look at the RGTI guys. Okay, now the DSP. DSP is now above that little level here. So if we think this could have a run because of the Morgan Stanley upgrade to $13. And there's the DESP. Okay, guys, taking some of this DESP. Okay, my stop will be really at the high here. So yeah, I don't really follow that, Mitchell. I'm not saying you shouldn't or anybody else shouldn't, but I don't really follow the 200 period on anything other than the 5 minute. Sorry, other than the 200, the daily chart. I don't know what DMZ means. The only thing I know about DMZ is the demilitarized zone. So I don't know what that is. I profess my ignorance. Yeah, RGTI, that was a great, I mean, it was just too early for me to take it, but man, oh man, great earnings play right now. Had all this room. I just wish it'd settle down just a little bit. Oh, okay. Okay, the daily move. Yeah. So I don't look at the 200 period on anything less than the daily chart, Mitchell. That doesn't mean, I mean, if you find a way to use it on the lower time frames, great. Yeah, I haven't really been following any of these halts. TLSI, that's right. It got halted on the way down, then now it's halted on the way up. JTAI. All right, so this house has got a little bit of room, till about that 620 mark. I mean, there's your big fantasy level way up here at 7. This is an earnings play. Oust, OUST. This is the yeah, this showed up on the scan, but this is a buyout at 14, so I have to forget about it. ARCE. This is a buyout at 14, taking the company private. Okay, let's see what TSAT is starting to do. Really not much. I mean, there's a lot of volume here. 11 million in the float. That is a low float for a 12. Well, it's a low float, but certainly for a $12 stock, low float. You can see the spread is like 12.22, 12.40 right now. Well, now it just, it's all over the place. So it's a bit of a tough trader based on that spread. You can see what happened. It just popped. All right, Ion Q is now back up after that pullback. It got up to what, 1663, back to 15, so pull back a dollar. Yeah, it looks like it's on the move again. The next high looking left is 1737. Ooh, guys, here's an interesting one. I don't know, it's sort of a stock, I guess. Excuse me, BXSL. Look what happened yesterday. Big gap down yesterday. This is now above yesterday's high. So this is showing up on the down big yesterday, up today. I should actually rename it because they don't have to be up big. They just have to be up at least. Oh, there's the EV. Wow, there's the EVLV, guys. So much for my prediction. Not prediction, but I was looking to short this at 7, but of course I waited. Yeah, it's not there. It is. I may add it to my homepage this weekend. Oops. Oh no, I don't want to load it. Share it. Wow, EVLV guys. So that actually showed up on our AI also. If you have our premium service, you know that EVLV showed up on the AI. Actually, a couple of good ones right off the bat. Well, here could be another interesting one, guys. Tango, excuse me, had earnings on the 7th. All right, above yesterday's high. And now when you look left, look at the room it's got, 943. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but this is now it's pretty extended right now, and that is the TNGX. Hey guys, there's your right. There's the TNGX guys on the move here. TNGX on the move. DESP, I held, so that level held. So DESP is still on the move a little bit. Definitely interested in this TNGX, guys. I'd like to see it settle maybe a little bit, and then, if it takes this out here, 770, it's gonna have a nice little run. Look at the room it's got to the next high, looking left, and that's showing up on my up big yesterday, down big today. So in this case, this is up big today. This was down big yesterday, up big today. And the market's putting in a nice pop here, guys. The market's putting in a nice little pop. Could help plays like this. Okay. Really trying to pay a lot of attention to this ENGX, especially if the market keeps moving like this. App from yesterday, guys. App, a big one from yesterday. The crazy trader. I mean, it was a big recovery. That's what happened with App. The IonQ, well, working in that, yeah, it's still moving. And the next high looking left, 1740, so still has some room. Okay, here's another one showing up on the up big yesterday, down big today. So this is a new one. Okay, this is a new one from a few days ago. So yeah, I don't know about this one. Not a lot of history. ESGL. Flow is a flowers food. Is a flow is an earnings play, guys. Doesn't trade very much. It is an earnings play. No, choppy reaction after hours. Choppy reaction so far today too. Excuse me. It is up for the day. It's to me, it's just a little too choppy. Well, this EVLV, guys, this was the one. I mean, I really thought 7 could block it, but not even close. Okay, guys, in the TNGX, let's see if it has any legs now. Don't like the spread, but you know what? I'll deal with it. And I'm not telling anybody to do what I do, of course. No, this is a little bit, I'm not usually in 3 trades at the same time. Oops. Okay, guys, I took some off in the 790s. What did I get at? Yeah, 790s. I took some off. I don't like the spread. Now, if it takes out 8, this could really go crazy. I'm talking about the TGTX. Sorry, the TNGX. Excuse me, TNGX. I honestly can't remember the last time I was in 3 trades at the same time. So I'm still in the HLIT short, and I'm still in the DESP long and the TNGX long. It's a simulator. Yeah, this is in simulation mode, Alex. Yes. Boy, if this TNGX takes out 8. You put an alert right up here on 804. And again, guys, this is all it was. This is the up big yesterday, down big today. So this was down big TNGX. So anything, I am sharing this scan. Actually, it's not on my homepage, but if you want it, I can give it to you. So look how few there are today, right now. Yesterday, this was full. Well, probably at least 3 times the size yesterday. Oh boy. Oh, this is a big old boy now for me, guys. This is a big one. I'm taking some more off. Don't have much left, but this is turning into a very nice trade for me. Look at this, up 839. Wow. The next high looking left is 940 or so. Mm. So if you have this one, this is what you should be seeing right now. Wow, look at this, 872. Don't have that much left, but it's still enough that this is making me really happy for today. Okay, I'm out of everything now, guys. I have this belief it's not going to take out nine. It might. I'm totally out of this trade now. And as William says, one good trade. That's all you need. Even the H lit is working for me. H lit, not in quite the most in the same dramatic way, but still working for me. I might bail on the DESP. If it gets back to I'm in at 860. So if it gets back down there, I'll probably bail. I probably should have taken I probably should have taken it out or some of it. I did not take any out. So I'm holding on to the H lit. Well, I mean, this could keep going, but I'm out of it, guys. I'm totally out of the TNGX now, but it could keep going. Look at the volume that came in. Well, one of the reasons why I get a little jumpy on these sort of trades anyway is remember, there was a reason why this was down big yesterday. Now, granted, it's probably a lot of profit taking. It was up huge the day before that, but there was a reason for it being down like this. How do you get the momentum up scanner? This one right here, the momentum up. So on my home page, time is it right now? 10:14. Okay, so on my homepage, I just put my homepage link in. I'll go over my homepage in much more detail in about 15 minutes. But if you want my scans, here they are. So you'll be at the top here, scroll down until you see the scan section. So you're looking for the dock momentum up or down. You're looking for this. This is right here. This Momo is basically this one, except it's displayed differently. So you can have your choice of if you're just looking for stocks moving higher, but if you're looking for stocks moving lower also, okay. So there it is. Wow. So there's the app. So that's coming right into Yesterday's high for APP coming right into yesterday's high. INOD as an earnings play. INOD, INOD is an earnings play coming right into a daily high. Okay, well now the EVLV has fallen, but that was a great, great, great run. Great call by Real early. I couldn't take it that early, but the great call by Real on the max and hitting some kind of was it the 8 EMA on your no, you're talking about on the 1 minute chart, yeah, earlier. But anyway, could also somewhat no, sorry, forget it. Okay, I have an alert. I must have sent yesterday for Zip for some reason. Let's take a look at Zip. Why? Look at this. Above yesterday's high now, above the 2 day ago high, of course. This was an earnings play on the 8th, got hammered down on it, hammered down, trying to recover. 200-day moving average, that's 17. So there's room. So there's a little bit of room for Zip. This is not showing up on my reversal because it wasn't down 5% yesterday, I guess. But this is an interesting one, guys. The only issue, well, huge issue, 35,000 shares have traded. So that makes it a no-go. I mean, it's just too few shares right now. Wondering why is it showing up on a scan? It wasn't on a scan, it was my price alert. That's right, because it would not have shown up on any one of my scans with that volume. Don't know. The financing, it might have been. I didn't really check. Possible. Let's take a look. And this is also a $16 price target put on it by Wayne. I'm not in it anymore, so but if you're still in it or thinking about it, $16 price target put on it by Wainwright from 11. But let's see if yesterday they did a financing. I don't see any financing. There it is. Okay. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. Drops 15%, $80 million financing at 515 a share. So it actually at 515 a share, so it remained above it. Look at this. Lots happening today, guys. Lots happening. Wow. Okay. Even DSEP is moving for me. So I still have the two of them. I have the H-lit short. This is well, boring compared to the rest of them, but as I've said many times, no reason to get out yet for me. I'm in at I'm in at 1065 on the short. market. Look at the market. Holy smokes. What a rip here, guys. Helping, of course, helping a lot of trades. So Dow is up, SPY is basically flat, a little bit up. Nas is still down a little bit, and that Maxon is still moving down. That was my number one focus, but when it did this pop up here, I lost sight of, well, I didn't completely lose sight of it, but as Real pointed out, it hit some kind of a moving average on the one and dropped from it, which is excellent call, of course. So app, is it above yesterday's high now? And the answer is not quite. Boy, this oust. Oh man, nice one from our AI. Only two from our AI so far today, guys. And both of them, a couple of earnings plays, EVLV and oust. So there was the alert 610, 656, 705. Now this was higher than 737 at one point. So that's what we're saying. You got to manage your trades. Aha. All right, guys. So I'm going to take a bit of a breather here because I did, very well personally on the TNGX. I don't want to give anything back. So the H-lit is just kind of hanging in there. I may get rid of it. And when I say I don't want to give anything back, what I mean by that is I'll probably reduce my risk now per trade. And what do I mean by that? So, if I were risking $500 a trade, I would probably reduce it to maybe half. But whatever, I'm just saying that would be my percentage. Ooh, this VXS. I thought about this one also. This VXSL. Mentioned that was the first one that I saw on the down big yesterday, up big today. That's the first one that I saw. But I didn't like it. Well, I shouldn't say I didn't like it. It just wasn't moving. Okay, so Azul is this is the one that was up big yesterday, now down today. Yeah, it's got some room, guys. $10. AZUAZZUL. It has some room on the way down. I know a lot of you are loving the Ion Q, and you should. And the INQ now at 17. So EBIX was a got hammered down yesterday. Hammered down yesterday. Trying to recover a bit today. This was an earnings play, I guess. No, not yesterday. This was the earnings play here that August 9th continued down yesterday in a huge way, taking up the 200-day moving average. Basically fell all day, trying to recover somewhat. This is not on that scan that I have. And if you're asking why, must be some filter that's blocking it. Take a look. So this is let's take a look. Down big yesterday, but up big today. Let me just out of curiosity, I want to see why what would be blocking EBIX from showing up. 240, 150,000 shares. It's up 1% from yesterday. It was down, certainly down more than 5% yesterday. Ah, of course, of course, of course, of course. Silly me. You know why, guys? See if anybody. There you go, Vicky. Good for you, Vicky. Vicky, you're in the room. Yeah, one of the filters, it has to be above yesterday's high. So in a case like today, I mean, it'd be improbable that it would show up on that type of a scan. Other scans, of course, but HLIT's giving me a lot more, guys, than I. So my out for desk is going to be probably that 860 if it gets back. Okay, guys, I'm just taking a look at some of my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything interesting, and the answer is no. This is an intriguing one, guys. I mean, really, BXSL is intriguing to me. The spread is great. It's like 2 cents, 1 to 2 cents. Big float. I mean, it's well, it trades like a stock, but I mean, it's not really. I don't know how to describe it, to be honest, but look at the room it's got. And this showed up. Wow, this showed up way back here actually, but it was a little too. Actually, it wasn't. Excuse me, it was not too early for me. Excuse me. BXSL showed up at 9:58 Eastern time. The price was, excuse me, 27.38. That's right. I was actually looking to take this one, and then the TNGX showed up three minutes later, and I put all my focus into this. But until that happened, I was staring at this one. The bid ask was 27.38, 27.40. It just was not moving. And then when the TNGX showed up, and obviously incredibly similar in terms of the potential of the gap fill. So I directed my attentions to TNGX and left the other one. All right, guys, 10:32. So while I'm waiting a little bit here, the desk is it's still not bad. DESP, not showing up in any scan, I'm sure, guys. This is just a pure news play. Okay, this is all it is. DESP is a pure news play that we discovered in the pre-market, because I don't even know what the volume. Actually, the volume's not bad. I mean, it's 8 times normal, but it would not show up on most of my scans because the absolute volume is still pretty low. But this is just a news play, with Morgan Stanley putting a $13 price target on it. Well, the only thing I look at is XLE, BJ, in terms of the overall energy sector, and it's still moving away in a way. Okay, guys, as I said, let's go over my homepage and the information you can find. And I think I'm going to promise you that I'm going to put that 10-day daily, or sorry, the reversals. Okay. Well, they are reversals, but the up big yesterday, down big today, I'll get it added to my homepage. The issue is going to be this. Okay, I have a custom formula in here which will not affect you. Those of you who don't create custom formulas, it will not affect you. The only person or people is if you do create custom formulas and you have a U28, in other words, you've created at least 28 of them, that could affect you. But it's probably so few people, and I know I'm confusing people as I'm talking about this. The only difference would be is that you will probably have more alerts than I will. Okay, that'll be the only difference. And that's because in my custom formula, for it to trigger, it has to have at least 50 cents to the next high or the next low. Okay, so whereas you won't have that. So, if you click on an alert, you may see the next high or low less than 50 cents away, which is not the worst thing. And for those of you who know how to make it or construct a custom formula, you can add it. I can give you the code. Okay, so on my homepage, this is what you'll find. So right at the top here, here's a way in which you can take out a subscription, Barry 15 for 15% off the first month only. And I can get you a better rate discount if you want to take out a yearly, okay? I can get you a 25. You just have to let me know. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. There are 10 videos, short videos, runs you through your download and install, your first startup and login, talks about our toolbar. And when you get down to this one, introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay. So you must do that. If you're brand new to trading or new to trading or looking for maybe a refresher, Trading 101, Michael Noss of Trade Ideas put this together. And this is free. There are a lot of videos. You don't have to look at them all, of course. I mean, they start off very basically. Literally, first video, what is a stock? The last couple of videos talk about the concept of creating a trading plan. You'll hear me talk about that a lot. You know, you can't don't take a trade. You can't take a trade unless you know why you're taking it. And it can't be, oh, I don't know, it looks pretty good to me. I mean, you have to have a reason to take a trade. Stock of the day video that I do, I wonder what it's going to be. Actually, I've got a bunch of them I can pick, but stock of the day video, free, of course. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday mornings. If you sign up for it and you don't think you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. But click here on the education section. We got a great education section, great user guide. Here's that getting started again. You want more detail about what an alert window is, a top list window is, stock racing, price alerts. Please use price alerts. You know, it's so simple to do. You know, I want to put a price alert for XLE, you know, taking out maybe the high right there. I just right click. I put the dotted line where I want it, create the price alert. I can put a note in if I want. Typically, I don't, and save it. And there's a blue line that'll appear. And there you go. You see what happens? When it hits it, your price alert window will pop up on your screen. You can't miss it. Okay. Use price alerts. Oh man, oh man, oh man. That's my sound alert for my option plays. Eye on cue. Congrats for those of you who are still in that one. Scrolling down a little bit. There's the getting started. So daily support. I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Now, normally on Friday, it's Andy who takes over for me, but Andy and Steve did a switcheroo yesterday. So it'll be Steve in our YouTube room today. Okay. And before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Steve. And last, you want my scans? Here they are. So these are the scans that I am sharing right now. And as I say, I'll add that up big yesterday, down big today. I'll add it, make sure it gets added. So on Monday it'll be there. But here are the scans I'm sharing right now. So this is what I use in the pre-market. My pre-market axis up and down, kind of sets the tone for the day. You can see over here, the pulse resumes. The dock momentum up and down is here. Here are my option plays right there. What you can't see on my other monitors that I'm sharing, the 10-day daily breakout and down. Okay, these are these ones right here. I also have a don't repeat version of the option scanner, which is that don't repeat. What does it mean? I can kind of go back in time. I can take a look at it at when the first time the symbol was alerted, the time and the price, and see what it did from there. Okay. So as always, if you decide you want to take out a subscription, please use my link. This will help the room immensely. This is a free room. We use, obviously, the company, we use this for marketing purposes to keep it free. Company wants to see that, you know, people are using the room. And the only way they know that is if you take out a subscription. Okay. So if the time comes that you do want to take out a subscription, you know, you can either right now, you can save my homepage link, and at a later time, you can click on it. And there's a promo code you can use. All right. And also, if you save my link, and you can take a look at my scans anytime you want and the education section. I do change the scans up from time to time. In fact, I think what I'm going to do right now is get Rudy to add this. Give me a moment. I'll get him to add it. He might even have it later on today. Where's my scans? Put it side movers versus downside. This is a okay. Let's put it right underneath there. I'm gonna have to figure out a name for it. Yeah, because I really can't call it up big yesterday, down big today, because it's also down big yesterday, up big today, so I have to figure out a name for it. Any any suggestions that's not too long-winded? Daily reversals. Yeah, that's probably not bad. I mean, it's basically looking at the previous day and a reversal, daily reversal. Maybe that's not bad. Next day reversal. Yeah, maybe I'll call. I like. Yeah, daily reversal is probably just as is probably good, concise. All I'm trying to do is make sure it makes sense to people. What does that mean? But hopefully, if you take it and you just click on the alert, you'll see what it means. So there's the UH, there's the UIHC was up big yesterday and it's reversed today based on the daily chart as an example. So hopefully it'll just be crystal clear when you click on the alert what it means. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I don't know. Maybe I should just call it abnormal option activity. Exactly. Maybe if what if I called it abnormal option activity? Do you think that would be which doesn't not necessarily mean, you're trading options necessarily, but okay. I'll get him to do that also then. Abnormal option activity. And that'll be don't repeat abnormal option activity. So he's got to do it in both of them. Okay, so I will give Rudy this. So what I'm going to call this now. And then I'll change this. Oops. I'm hearing all sorts of great trade. Oh, you know what? I was wanting to watch TPR today, guys. I had it on top of my list, but of course I haven't done it. Hmm. I'm sorry. I was thinking I'm having to do one thing on my other monitor right now before I continue. Look at the TPR guys. I mean, this one got hammered down yesterday because of the buy. They're buying a Capri CPRI. Maybe an overreaction to it. Hammering it down, trying to recover today. There you go, Z. PJ and others are answering you. Okay, it's just another way to find stocks that are trading abnormally. Okay, that's all it is for me. I don't care. I'm not concerned about the options as such. It's just another way to find stocks trading abnormally, as opposed to just using relative volume. Okay. Sometimes I'll see a stock that is trading abnormally option wise, but the relative volume is not in this case, but is not huge. It could only be like two or three, which is not bad. But the option, but it's trading really abnormally option wise. So it's just another way to help me find stocks that are trading abnormally. Okay. Okay. So now get a hold of my buddy Rudy. Give me a moment. Guys. I'm just giving this over to the gentleman who handles my homepage at Trade Ideas. Okay. Now look at Penn, guys. Now remember, Penn was the what's happening with Penn? Wow, Penn, unbelievable. I mean, that news looks so darn good, right? First of all, it was an earnings play, but that wasn't the big deal. They were going to team up with ESPN, create a gambling book. ESPN, I think it's called ESPN Bet. The initial reaction was great, but it sold off all day, sold off yesterday, and selling off today. I was reading some, aha, that's what I was reading this morning. The NFL expands their streaming service. Why that's bad news for Disney's ESPN. Okay. And again, ESPN teaming up with Penn to create this gambling site. What do you mean? INOQ? INOQ or INOD? INOQ. Hedge fund trouble alert. I don't know if you're just pulling our legs here or no, it can't be. Maybe you meant INOD. INOQ? Really? Well, it doesn't trade. So I don't know what I would forget about it. I would forget about it. INOQ. I mean here it is. Okay, guys, let's see if there's anything. Wow, here's another great daily reversal. While I was doing the other stuff, but look at the LTRY. LTRY. The alert happened at 695. Before it pulled back at all, it got up to 750. Well, you see a lot of these, especially when the market, if the market has a big down day one day and then kind of, well, I'm not saying it's a big up day today, but it's definitely a bit of a resurgence with those two candles there. You're going to see a lot of things that look like this, big down and then trying to recover. So you can see the STKL. The high yesterday was 486, so it's just still a little bit below that. If this takes out 5, I'm sticking an alert around 504 for STKL because look left, it's got a ton of room to 6. I'm not having that problem, MPS. And I'm on always on a new version all the time, so I am not having that problem. Um, so what you're saying is if I expanded this time column, for instance, and moved it out a bit and did some other work, and then I save my work and then I come back, that is not saved. Is that what you're saying as an example? I've not had that issue. So now granted, I haven't changed my column widths that much in the last little while, but the only thing I can do, I can't do it now. I don't want to shut the system down and then like get out of trade ideas and come back in because I'll lose all the previous alerts. The only thing I can do is try to remember. Sorry about that. It was a sneeze. So hmm, I'll try to remember maybe to adjust a column, and then Monday morning I'll see what happened. Okay, because I have no explanation of that. I don't know if FAA is around if he's has seen that also, but I haven't adjusted the width of my columns in so long that it's possible that's happening, but I just don't know. The only thing I can suggest you do is ask the question to our support and see if this is a known bug. Okay. Oh, that's one of Dan's. Yeah. Well, regardless, I mean, if it's there at $1, I mean, what's the point of looking at it? But I see. I okay. It is a an alert he created, but my point is that when you said INOQ, oh, you see, I think unless I typed it in wrong, I thought you had typed in another symbol. Maybe it was my fault. Oh, I see. Okay, IONO. Sure. I thought you typed in another symbol, what not ion Q. I thought it was another symbol that you had given me. I think well, unless I typed it in wrong several times because I obviously ion Q, but I think yeah, you put in INOQ. That's what it was. Okay. And I wasn't thinking that maybe you meant something else. So that's what happened. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So okay, I'm glad I did not jump on the BXSL. It is now fold it down a little bit again. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 11:01. So I'm just going to talk very briefly about what Trade is. For those of you who are new to the platform, we are a scanner. There are a lot of screeners out there, okay? But we have screening capabilities, of course, but we are a real-time alert machine. Okay, let me show you what I'm talking about. So if I look at this momentum up scan that I've got here created, which I'm sharing, of course, if I right click on the scan and then click on configure and then click on summary, this tells me what the scan is looking for. So this is the screening aspect. I say a lot of screeners are out there. When I say out there, in the market. So in this particular scan, if the price is between $1 and $50, the current volume is at least six, meaning it's trading at least six times normal up to this time of day, approximately 11 o'clock Eastern, 300,000 shares minimum. Here is why it's called a momentum scan, because the volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes, it's 400% of normal. So if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Okay, so that's why we saw at 10:57, that's the last symbol that met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. That was EVLV at 10:57, and the price was 7.55. If another symbol meets these requirements and makes a new high for the day, we'll see it right at the top here. Okay, and this is just the flip of it. These are stocks making new lows with basically these same filters. The only difference is, you're going to get a new low of the day alert, and this filter will get flipped. Instead of the stock being up 5% from the previous close, it'll be down 5% from the previous close. Now, as always, if you like the concept of this scam, but you don't like the price range, you can always change it, of course. Remember, this is a template. This is what I like to see, but it doesn't necessarily mean that's what you have to see. Okay, so if you like a different price range, you just make the change. I'll change it to 10 and 100. I'll click on the summary, and you can see there it has been changed to 10 and 100. So if that's what you wanted to do, you could, and then you say okay, and that makes the change. And now you've sort of customized my scan to how you want to trade. Maybe you want to change the volume. Maybe you want to make other changes. You go ahead, of course. Maybe once you're used to using trade ideas, you take a look at the different filters that we've got. Maybe you find a favorite filter and add it in here. Or maybe you just leave it exactly as it is. It's up to you. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. If I right click and click on configure, this time instead of, well, I clicked on the summary, but now I'll click on search. These icons represent all of the real-time alert icons that we've got. But at the very top of the list, of course, these two are probably the most often used: the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But we have a lot of other ones. Okay, you don't have to learn them all. Probably one that a lot of people might want to use is maybe a new 5 minute high of the day, or a new 5 minute low of the day. Okay, but we have a lot of different real-time alerts. And here we go. We see these icons. These are our filter icons, okay? Screening icons. You don't have to learn them all. Don't get hung up on how many we have. Don't look at this and go, well, this is way too complicated for me to learn all these. Well, the good news is you don't have to. Now, the only reason we have so many is because when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their scans. So obviously, we had to create enough real-time alerts and filters so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Yeah, sometimes we don't have a filter or an alert that we don't have it, and you like it. You can always make a request. But I will say this, the company is not really adding very many more these days. In fact, my advice is to take a lot of them away. Most of them are not used or necessary, but of course, that's my opinion. Okay, so again, don't get hung up on how many we have. I probably use 0.5%, maybe 1% of them. Next thing, practice trading. So if you're using our downloadable application, you'll have access to this, excuse me, this big blue screen that we call Brokerage Plus. Okay. But if you're using our web-based if you're using our web-based version, you do not have access to it. So you cannot practice trading. Our simulator, paper trader, uses our real-time data, so you don't even need a broker. If you're still undecided about who your broker is going to be, no problem. If you want to practice trading, you can do it. All you need is our standard service. Give me one more minute. Give me 1 minute, please. Well, that Maxim is still moving down. Where's the next low looking left on the weekly chart? So it's breaking down there. So the next it's right at the next low, I think. 1484 on the weekly chart. This is back December, last December. So it's approaching those lows. Takes that out. I mean, I don't even know where the next 1450 is the next low after that. That is in October of last year. Boy, look at this one. Has this gone negative? Has ACHR gone negative? Yes, unbelievable, isn't it? Look at the excitement with this one. After hours, earnings play, but I don't that wasn't the big reason. It was $210 million injection, $215 million investment. It was an earnings play, but I don't think people are expecting much from this company in terms of earnings. Is really just getting going. But look at this, completely giving it up now. And the same thing with Penn, different sector, of course, but just getting trounced now. Ah, here's another reason, guys. Financing, $1.3 million, 1.3 million shares. Financing, a resale by a selling shareholder. So I'm not 100% sure that's a financing. That somebody wants to dump their stock. Okay, so you want to practice trading first before you commit money to the market. Okay, what you're seeing here, I was showing people how you can take a short. A lot of people are very scared of shorting and all, so I was just demonstrating the mechanics of taking a short. And so I left this in overnight. And so you can practice swing trading. If you don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, then it basically becomes a swing trade for you. So you can practice swing trading using our simulator. Very easy to do. Let's take a look at EVLV. And when you click on the alert, the symbol will show up. You can click on the quantity box. You can either pick from here or type in the exact number of shares you want to trade. There's your bid ask. I'm just going to show you how you do it, the mechanics of doing it. Okay. So I can click here. Let's take 300 shares. I'm going to buy at the market because the spread is okay. And then I'm going to send it. And now I'm in the trade. Okay, in the trade, 300 shares right there. Now you can manage your trade. So it uses our real-time data. And if I want to get out of the trade, I just flatten it. Boy, DSP guys, this is getting a little exciting if it can take out 9. So I'm still in the 2, I'm still in the DESP, and I'm still in the H lit short. Give me a moment, I'm going to add a column here. Okay, guys. Oh, that RGTI, another new high. So the next high looking left. Just one moment, please. Okay, guys, listen, I'm going to be off for about maybe 11:20. Okay, give me about 5 minutes. Okay, I'll just put the announcement. Say 11:20 ET. Okay, I'm on mute. Okay, guys, so I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Guys, I am back briefly. Okay, I haven't looked at any VWAP plays whatsoever, but take a look at KVUE, which is going to be added at some point, to the 200, the S&P 500, and there's VWAP 2362 sitting right on the VWAP, guys. So if you're a bit of a VWAP player or follower, you can take a look at KVUE and you can see what it's doing. Maybe will the VWAP hold it and move it back up, or will it go right through and maybe turn into a nice little short for us? Or this Maxon, I thought maybe this would hold it. No, not right down here. That's 1571 would hold it. Not even close. This was really my number one focus, believe it or not, in the pre-market. And but when it did this, I thought, you know what, I'm going to forget about it. And of course, devoted my efforts to other things. But this has just turned out to be a great short. And you can see what happened here. So there's the Maxon, okay, at 935. Actually, on the option scanner, the suggestion would have been to go long. It's too early for me, but at 1780. And look what happened. Within 10 minutes, though, it turned into the potential short at 1643. So you can see, it was a very kind of crazy early trader. Anything in brown is a potential short. Anything in light blue is a potential long. Keep an eye on this one, guys. HE, keep an eye on HE. This is not an all-time low, but two-year low. HE is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. And there it is now in the option scanner, guys. And it's below, of course, yesterday's low. And where is any support on the weekly chart? Sort of a new, boy, you got to go back. I don't even know so I'm back in 2021. Let me go to a monthly chart. So this is 3 years ago now. 3 years ago low for HE. We got two here, not V and HE, guys. Yeah, guys, just a couple of quick rules here, right? Stocks only, specific stocks only, only for stocks. You want to talk a little bit general about that's why we've got one of the tabs is called general market talk. But this is specific stocks only, only for specific stocks. So don't jam it up. Please don't jam it up with just extraneous comments. Oh, this drives me nuts. Well, here's the ELV, guys. I have to reload this in order for to see these changes. Really, really. Give me a moment, guys. What I have to do, unfortunately, is I mean, it's not a big deal, but it shouldn't happen. So you see now the max P&L is showing. Give me a moment, guys. Again, sorry. I want to add the total P&L. Boy, look at this not V, guys. This was one I was looking at also to short. What was the alert at? 471. Lots of shorts available too. And this is what I'm talking about, guys. So there's the HE, which I'm really interested in. There was a not V at 471. It is now 455 right now. Okay. And it's showing up also in the option scanner. The time, same time, same time, same price. Both of these showing up at the same time. One in the option, like in the option scanner, and in the 10-day daily breakdown. So these are ones I really want to pay attention to. Boy, Des, come on, take out. Anybody in this with me still? This is complete news. This is just a news trade. Guys, DESP 9 now. Well, there's the first pullback really for I on Q. Boy, EBIX is just what a reversal. Would not be a daily reversal because it has to, would have to take this out, but other scans it's showing up, of course, on the option abnormal option activity scan. Well, guys, you got to hand it to Morgan Stanley. I mean, they've been pretty hot lately, and they're when they have a price upgrade or price target and a price upgrade and a target, they've been pretty good lately. That's why I wanted to follow. That's why I look, when I about 9:10, 9:15 or so, I start looking at the updates and upgrades and downgrades. And if I see something by Morgan Stanley, I'm starting to pay a lot more attention. They've been pretty darn good. Okay, guys, I was mentioning KVUE before. If you're looking at VWAP type trades, KVUE is now below the VWAP. Sorry, it's sitting right on it still. Sorry, 2363. It's been kind of, popped up and then right back down. So it's sort of sitting right on the VWAP. Oh, well, excuse me. Well, it might. I don't follow those indicators at all. Who mentioned that one? Lori, I don't follow that sort of stuff at all, but hey, it might. I mean, it's looking a little extended now, but hey, as long as it holds 9. It's way above a channel that I'm looking at, yes, but you know what? I mean, if it breaks down through 9, I'll probably take some off. Okay, I'm in at 860. I'm in at 860, so I could probably take some off if it took out 9 again. Maybe it gets down to the 892 level. And of course, I'm not at all suggesting people take this trade now, the DESP now. Not at all. Okay, I'm going to exit this trade, guys. Just want to show you how you can do it. Highlight the trade, EVLV, flatten it. That's how you can get out of a trade. Just hit the flatten button. Give me a moment. Okay, guys, I am still watching this HE. Okay, still watching the HE. It's right back to the suggested short area, 32.39, and see if it keeps moving down. It has some room. With this EBIX, what a trade! What a recovery from the bottom here, 13 something, 13. If I say 14, almost a $3 recovery. And we're in that market again, guys. So we had that beautiful lift for about 45 minutes, and now we've got the beautiful down if you're wanting to short stuff on the way down. So we're in that market again. As long as it gives us about 45 minutes in one direction, I mean, that's all we can ask for right now. What we don't want is 15 minutes up, 15 minutes down, just chopping around. Just want a little bit of direction for a while. Boy, that HE, guys, that is, if this market continues like this, I'm going to have to look at HE really closely here. I want to see. I think I did this right. I had to go to a monthly chart to see where the next lows were. Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's much support for this. The only thing is we got a couple little bottoming tails there. So the sellers have been trying, but the buyers have been, just keeping it from utterly collapsing. Where they're certainly not getting into not V. Look at not V. That's the one I should have taken. Wow. Earnings play today. Saw it in the pre-market, but it just wasn't trading much. Oh, sorry, Immortal, it's not AWOL. You asked about SGML. I don't know if you're still around. I'll answer your question about the flags, Phoenix. Um, well, there's nothing really to see. SGML, it's not trading at all, really. 73,000 shares. So I'm not really sure what I can, it's been chopping around forever on the daily chart. So I don't see anything interesting about SGML. There's the 200A. Maybe that'll hold it. But why did you ask about SGML? If you're still in the room, I saw you ask the question at 11:12. I do apologize. So how do you remove the show order? Should be in the properties. You are you using what? Ooh, interesting. I'm not using the HTML charts. Uh-oh. Pepe, look what I've done. What? These were the HTML charts. I'm sure I saved it under. Yeah, this worked yesterday, but it looks like I've screwed things up now. Ah, geez. My cat is pestering me. The charts aren't working. All right, guys, I might have to, yeah, I may have to shut the darn program down. I know I shouldn't have did it yesterday, changing my charts to what we're calling the HTML version, and it was okay. But I may have to reload. With it's okay. The problem is that I'm gonna lose all of the original alerts that I had. That's the only issue. Okay, guys, I'm just gonna bite the bullet on this. And those headers are not, because I didn't save them. I didn't save my work right after. Try something. Okay, guys, give me one moment as I make my changes here again, and then I'll save it. Boy, look at this not V. Holy, so this is what I'm saying, guys. Obviously, the not V was alerted a lot earlier. Okay, that was I think at 4:54 or something. So when I had to reboot trade ideas, I lose the original ones. In a moment, I'm just renaming everything again, and I'll save it this time. I didn't anticipate I would lose or that would happen. Okay, file, save my layout. I'll do it to the cloud later. That's okay. The changes were just name changes, so nothing, nothing that not a big deal. Okay, so how can I remove the execution flag? Now, typically, go to properties, as you said, and then get rid of the executions. Are you saying it didn't work? So here, okay, here they are, right there, little flags right there. Let me go to properties and show executions. I'm going to uncheck that. You're right, didn't go away. Now that's in the HTML charts. I wonder if they are using the HTML charts. You'll know this by if you right click on the chart. If you right click on the chart, is user browser interface checked? You know what I can do? Let me just do this. I can tell because this is not an HTML chart. Okay, so let me go back to the EVLV. Okay, so there they are there. Let me go to properties, uncheck, show executions. Yeah, so on the HTML charts. So it must be on the HTML charts that they don't disappear. So if you don't want them, if you don't want to use the HTML charts, then just uncheck that. You don't have to use the HTML charts. These will be the new charts going forward, but okay, guys, what time is it? 11:44. So Steve will be taking over for me in about 15 minutes. Give me a moment, guys. There was one other thing that I didn't have up and running or I didn't save, so I just have to do something else. Okay. So that ion Q looks like it held 17, right? Yeah, it looks like it held 17. So this might have a bump from there. I believe it still had some room, ion Q. Yeah, I mean, it had a lot of room still. $20 was the high last week. So what did it get to? It got up to 17.79 today. So I mean, if it regains and starts to move, I mean, you can look left. I mean, there might be a stall right there, though. Obviously, 1873. That is actually the next high looking left, other than today's high for high on Q. Keep an eye on the APP, guys. It is starting to approach the VWAP. APP is starting to approach the VWAP. This is the problem with these HTML charts. Sometimes, when I start typing, it takes a while unless you click on an alert. Anyway, internal stuff, guys. 38.55. 38.55 is the VWAP. Okay, so you can see that it's coming into the VWAP APP. Let's see what it does there. Hmm. For some reason, this doesn't want to load SYTA. Interesting. This does not want to load SYTA. It's showing up on my daily reversal. Oh, that's weird. Okay, guys. So I've taken the DESP, as I mentioned, if it broke down through 9, taken most of it off. Okay, most of it off. This was only going to be a day trade for me, and I still have the H lit. I wonder why this won't load. You guys, you know what? I wonder if it's this HTML. Hmm. Can you guys tell me if you can load? I mean, I can load it. I have one trading view chart up. It's loading SYTA. I cannot seem to get it to load in our trade ideas charts, the SYTA. Hmm. But it's loading in my platform, Brokerage Plus, so it's recognizes it. It's loading up here. So that is that's very weird. Well, I mean, hopefully it's not widespread, but I don't think it is. So IonQ, guys. Yeah, I don't know why. Yeah, it's as I say, I have a one trading view chart up, and it's definitely loading there. But for some reason, SYTA is not loading in the chart. Well, I'm not going to dwell on it. I mean, as long as it's not a lot of charts not loading. I don't see that though. Keep an eye on maybe GTES, guys. I have this thumbnail, so that's why I see it. All right, genius. This one again is rearing its head. GNS. Next high looking left is 111. So I was wanted to show you I on Q because it is boy. Okay, this is why I wasn't wanting to use the HTML charts before. Fine if you click on a symbol, but you're trying to type the symbol in anyway. The 200-day moving the VWAP is 1675, so you can see it's coming right into the VWAP. Okay, it hit the VWAP. Maybe that'll bounce it off. Well, we have the VWAP at 1675. So, and I'll look at a trading view chart. Yeah, it looks like it's about the same. Okay, so I don't think it's below the I don't think it's below the VWAP. Okay, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in because Steve usually shows up a little bit early. So on a break. Okay, there's on a break. And before I leave, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Steve. He's not there yet, but he'll be there very soon. Boy, look at not V, guys. Wow, what a collapse. Earnings play. Didn't really think that much about it because it was so cheap, but boy, look at this not V just absolutely collapsing. There were a lot of shares available. Interactive brokers also 1 million. So that would not have been an issue. So probably widespread availability, many brokerages. So look at this. You look at the first headline, beats EPS 07. I mean, that looks really good, doesn't it? I mean, they were anticipating a 10-cent loss, making 7 cents. Sales 157 million, beats the 151. Okay. But an 8.8% decrease over sales on the last period. So this just clobbered the stock. Well, not or no, both bad, both negative words, and definitely killing this stock today. 34% down, almost a lifetime low now, guys. Okay, I'll put myself on mute in the main room and I'll just wait for Steve to show up, okay? All right, YouTubers, so you can still hear me. I'm just waiting for Steve to show up in our YouTube room. Should be there any moment now. I'm just seeing there's the genius, guys. GNS, YouTubers, you can hear me. GNS on the move here. Option play. Actually, I'm surprised it's optionable. That's a cheap stock. 5.7 times normal. And there you are, Mr. Gomez. Right?
Right.
Yes. Right. That was a delayed right.
I didn't hear. All I heard was right.
Oh, I see. Okay. I said, there you are, Mr. Gomez.
Gotcha. Hang on
Right?
a second. Let me figure out these buttons here. Share screen. Entire screen. Okay. The screen is being shared. All right. I'm here.
You're here.
Yes. You gonna go vacuum?
Now because it's
That's
Friday,
not
does that
Friday. Yeah.
mean do you can you go to one or do
Yeah.
you
I can go. Yeah. I don't
wow,
have.
you mean you're gonna give me the full hour off this time?
Well, supposedly there was a meeting at the top of the hour, but it was just canceled, so it
Oh
doesn't seem to
good.
be a problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Steve.
All
Thank
right.
you. And we'll see you in about an hour then.
Sounds good. All right. Thanks.
Okay. Bye.
Hello, everybody. I will monitor the YouTube chat here. 1 second. Sorry, I'm having to just converse with somebody there. All right. Yeah. Hello, everybody. If anybody was sent here by support in the last 24 hours, please let me know. And I'm going to be here to do my best to try and demonstrate anything that needs to be shown. Point of fact, I have 0 positions. I am in 100% cash. The swing trading has been just really brutal lately for me, and I'm just going to go to the sidelines for a bit. I can't make any progress. Yeah, grabbing my pen. Hang on a second. Where'd it go? There we go. Just a lot of crazy action, really. Quite honestly, just that big move up yesterday to clear out all the shorts and then just slam it back down. And a lot of the smaller stocks they're just not doing what the market was doing or what the bigger stocks were doing. I mean, we're just getting a slow bleed here. I bring up the cues to show you. Hang on 1 second. I'm sorry. The Nasdaq is bothering me. Is what I'm trying to say here. The cues. I don't like the way they're trading below the 50-day moving average. Look at how they've just given this up here today, after kind of trying to hold it the last couple days. So that's one side of the coin. The other side of the coin is the S&P, the SPY. They are holding up above. Come on, type. They are holding up above the 50, but very close below. So just a lot of sideways, volatile action. And if you recall, I am a swing trader, and a swing trader needs some follow through. Choppy back and forth, throwing elbows, break out to new highs, then fall back into the range. It just doesn't help swing trading. So I've just kind of pulled back a little bit. Got some things going on elsewhere, and I'm just clearing the decks, and we'll see what happens. Hello, Shaw. Coon swing long is crazy. Last closed everything 2 days ago. Now just taking a bite in the day. Yeah, you got the gist of what I was just saying there, Shaw. Let's take a look at the stock you're referencing. Well, Tour, TUR. I'm assuming that's a stock. Let's take a look. Unless that's not a stock. I guess you were just saying something. Pure swing long is, yeah, just a typo. I got you. I hear what you're saying. It's very noisy right now, and there's no follow through. And my perfect swing trading is catching a good momentum move and riding it for a day and a half, getting follow through the next day. But there's just no follow through. Yeah, true swing trading. There's just no follow through out there right now, as I'm sure you are experiencing as well, Shah. Okay. Where to go from here? This is my swing. This is my Bollinger Band race. A lot of times people will say, where can I find some great ideas in trade ideas? If you're not liking the AI, and I'll just say it, it's been tough going for the AI lately, but looks like we've got a few winners in here today. Let me go through this because I want to make a point. I want to drive a point here. One more second here. I want to go through some of these AI trades and talk about why I think it's better to manage the trade yourself than to let the AI exit. Okay. You can see I've got Oust right here, and Oust already took a profit. It already exited. When in my world, all right, in my view, there was no reason to get out. I want to show you why. This 10 SMA. Look at how the candles on the 15 are just riding that 10 SMA. So what happened was the AI bought here, and then it probably got scared and sold, something like there to lock in what we call a profit save or a trailing stop. So let me just finish this conversation. Actually, cauterize this conversation. So the first one, OUST, the AI got out. So what I'm getting at here is we talk about moderate and conservative profit. What's the difference? Well, moderate profit means you'll take the entry from the AI and say, thank you, that was a good idea. I'll manage it from here. And in my opinion, that's the way you should be doing it. Right? I don't care if you're using AI to write or using AI to do things, Chat GPT, things out there. It's still a human and machine experience combined. If you just want to rely on the AI, and I see it a lot, and I understand that expectation these days, with the technology that we have, you can pull out your phone and drop a pin address, and it tells you how to get there and where to turn and when to turn and what to do. And that's just kind of the world that we live in now, and a lot of people are getting used to, especially the younger generation. And so what I'm getting at here is try not to do that with the AI. Try not to just sit back and let it tell you what to do. Try to manage these things on your own, because right now you'd be trading this stock better, OUST, be trading it better than you did getting out with the AI, more than likely. Looks like it's a close toss-up right about here. This is right about where the AI got out. So at least you're staying in. You're letting your winners run. Let's look at this other one here, EVLV. Excuse me, we've got another beautiful example. Thank God the AI Holly is still in this one. It's still an open trade. There's no exit price in here. There's no exit price in there. And we've just got our first test of the day. You see what I mean? The 15-minute candles have pulled back and touched the 10 SMA. This is my go-to indicator for momentum. So the AI purchased in the midst of momentum, and it has not exited yet, which is a good thing. But ideally, you as an individual want to manage this with your own discretion, because things are changing all the time in real time. There's tons of nuances changing that the AI just couldn't really anticipate, nor does the AI monitor in real time other than price. Doesn't monitor anything else other than the price movement. So I've experienced and seen better success for people who decide to let these moving averages test the price. And if we get a green candle bounce off that moving average test, we're good. That helps keep us in the trade. That keeps us in our winners, right? Because it's no fun to get in a good trade and then get out way too soon and just watch the thing rip without you, and you've gotten out of it and you wish you still had some. So just be aware of that. Another one here, this is a short on the AI. So it's the opposite today on this one. We're looking at staying below the 10 SMA on this short sell. So as long as the AI, which entered, it looks like right about there, as long as it stays, in the money, which it is, and stays below this declining moving average, there's no reason to get out of that short. Let's look at IFF. Okay, this one was just recently called, not too long ago, and we're pretty much right there. Interesting daily chart. I see what happened. Let me stop on this one for a second. I've mentioned before, people say, hey, Alice, IFF had really bad earnings. Should I buy? I said, well, when something has really bad earnings and drops, it usually takes 1, 2, 3 days before the rag is really squeezed dry, I should say, because you still got some holdouts in there that are, should I sell? Should I stay? Should I sell? And you typically don't see a bad earnings reaction rebound on day one. But here we are on day 4, and now we've got the AI calling this out. So there's some possibility to this trade. You can see this is kind of a level here at 64. It was held yesterday, kind of a pivot level, definite pivot level, 64. So the AI is giving us early warning here. Now, if this thing can move higher, then the trade is on, and all we're doing is just monitoring, that 10 SMA to make sure that thing doesn't, get crossed back below. So there's another scenario. Last one we'll look at here is Rambus. All right, Rambus is a late addition, and it already exited, it looks like. Yeah, so it kind of flatted that trade. The AI got in right up here, and there's the blue line, and it didn't go anywhere. It didn't go anywhere, and it just kind of got out for a flat. All right, Peter, hello. Oust winning some races. Yeah, let's see. We did look at that, I know. As long as it holds that moving average, Peter, that's all I care about in my book. Just hold that moving average there. Patrick, hello. Funny you mentioned Alice. I almost got in this AM and came up with my options. Made 99% call, buying 1% puts. Yeah, there's some great leverage to be played in options if you can get hooked up into the right momentum. It's like buying a triple levered ETF of the stock. Hello, Yellow Jacket, working on my swing trade. BUR. Let's see what BUR looks like. Bill Burr. You have touched the daily 10. Okay, so today, let's go back a few days just to start with this one. So it's showing us the propensity that it wanted to hold the 10. However, it broke the 10 here, and this is where I start to watch the 20. 20 becomes the backstop. Well, the backstop was never tested, thankfully. Price broke back above, and now we're riding the 10 SMA again here. Also, notice the intraday one. I don't know if I've talked about this one with you, Yellow Jacket, but this is my 5-day moving average, and it's essentially 130 periods on a 15-minute chart. I'll show you. And this gives you a really nice smoothed line, 130 SMA on a 15-minute chart. Turns into a 5-day moving average, but it's a different way to view it. And let me show you the correlations here. Support, resistance, resistance. This thing often acts as a pivot. So you'll see this is why I have this superimposed on my 15-minute chart. So what we're looking at here today is we're under pressure with that momentum line, but we've got this 5-day moving average pivot. So we're getting kind of a pinch play here. What's going to happen in this triangle? Is it going to break out or is it going to break down? And that, I think, would be what you use, Yellow Jacket, for a swing trader to determine whether or not you want to stay in that trade. Hopefully those thoughts help. It's a good looking chart. We got good composite rating, 89. No short float to speak of. Decent trading float, 174. No earnings coming up to worry about. And it is also, what do we got? Sector-wise. Legal, finance, and services. Well, it doesn't really matter what they do. The chart confirms the story that they're doing something okay. So, yeah. What I don't want to do, Yellow Jacket, is get too many indicators and too many oscillators and too many triggers. You'll start to get analysis paralysis or over-analysis paralysis. Again, the 10 SMA on the daily and the 15 is my momentum indicator. This 5-day line is kind of my intraday pivot. Perfect example from BUR on how it acts as a pivot. Excuse me. Even back here a little bit, it kind of held on to it back there as well. But if you use that, you'll see that with a lot of stocks lining up using that 5-day moving average. I'll share my chart. The chart indicators are shareable. So for anybody who's listening and sees the wisdom in that and you want to do it, you can use that cloud configuration to mimic my 15-minute chart there. All right, good question so far. That's cool, Yellow Jacket. Yeah, I also like the 50 on the daily chart. The 50 on the daily just kind of serves as the general health of the stock, if you will. Is it healthy or is it underwater? Is it breathing above the pool water or is it under the pool water flailing? Hey guys, give me just 2-3 minutes here. I'm going to be right back. All right, I'm back. Yeah, the 50 SMA. I use it on my daily chart. So let me just see if I can find a better example. So here's AG is a gold stock. It held the 50. The blue line is what I'm looking at back here, and then once it broke that blue line, it just became weak. Became the weak link in the herd there, and then boom, we broke back above, and then fell back, and we have a nice retest of it. So now this retest, 1, 2, 3, 5-day retest here of this flattening 50-day moving average in this gold miner AG, which I'm not in. I was in, but I got out. I can't tell you why. Probably just a momentary frustration. But in hindsight, it's held, and it's I know I got out of earnings. I didn't want to stick around between earnings. It's bouncing off that 50. So I like the 50 on the daily, and it's just your general health. Above, hey, maybe there's something interesting. If it's below, I wouldn't even look at it. Honestly, you're a hoper. You're a hoper to try and get things to break back up above the 50. Wait for them to do it first, and in this case, do it and then retest it. And now it's a solid base camp there. All right, let's bring this back. All right, we're caught up on questions. I'm happy to look at charts, and we can look at charts all day long and discuss them from a swing trader perspective. What are the areas that you want to watch out for, and the areas that you want to wait for confirmation, etc. Happy to do that. I'll wait for a question. 1 second. I'll be right back. All right. Sorry about that. I've got a contractor here. He keeps asking questions. All right. Am I missing any questions here? Oh, they're JC. Hello. And hold on. On long swing plays, you typically hold during earning. Oh, I get out. Yellow. Let's assume a couple different scenarios. If the stock hasn't moved for me, no, I'm not going to chance it. Typically on good earnings, the stock might move going into earnings. So if you get a good run going into earnings, and maybe you can sell half or even 3/4, I've been known to take a third or a quarter into earnings. But purely just rolling the dice, you have no control over what happens. And I think the worst thing that could happen to you is that you do that a couple of times and you win and you develop a bad habit, because in the long run, it's really hard to nail earnings correctly, and you lose. It's like a crap shot. It's literally the come out roll. Craps are 7. What are you cheering for? You don't really have a lot of control. I'll come back to you, JC. You were in TAST and got out the day before it ran. Yeah, I know. And it's not going to be the last time you have that feeling of missing out on something that you were in. And if you'd have just stayed in and not got out, but you don't want to start to condition yourself to do bad habits. And trading is all about managing risk. And when you take something into earnings like that, you've thrown your ability to manage risk out the window. So that's why I stay away from that. Yeah, I still do it today, and I catch myself. Just take it off your screen. You miss the move. You can stare at it all you want and lament about how you should have got in it, but it doesn't serve you well. JC, I want to learn how to day trade, set up a scanner, and know when to hit enter exit trades. Is there any material to get me started from ground zero? Well, I'm going to start with giving you this race right here, and I'll show you kind of a concept here. So I'm going to save and share this cloud race. And all I'm doing is giving you a window here of names that are coming through. Now, just in case you need help on that, you just right click that and you save, you copy link address. And then from there, you just go to file, load from cloud, and it will load that for you, this race. So what is going on here? Well, this is probably the easiest way to find the action without having to configure anything. So if you're a day trader, this is going to show you the momentum. This is the kind of stuff that Barry will use. But most importantly, let me highlight here what's happening over this area. Okay, this is what we call show the top 10 list. And when you right click, it should say show top 10, and it'll show you the top 10. Otherwise, it says show winners. We don't want to see all the winners. We want to see the top 10. This means MIN has had 5 incremental wins. These are 5-minute races. And MN, there he is right there, has won 5 times. Now, you pull it up and it looks like this. Am I saying to buy it here? Absolutely not. That's the last thing I want you to do, is to jump in here and buy it like that. What I want to do is I want to try and show you how you can use these names and try and catch areas, using this momentum indicator that I've been talking about along the way to buy pullbacks. So let's go through these here. Now, imagine you've got a watch list of things, and you're an experienced trader and you got your watch list, but you come in every day and your watch list isn't doing anything. Trade Ideas is making a watch list for you in real time right here. So let's go through these names. TGNX. Okay. So TGNX was winning a lot of races back here, which means it was put on the radar. It was put on here somewhere. You've seen this name TGNX often today. It's been there. It's won 4 races. But again, I'm not saying you want to just pull it up and buy it. You want to pull it up and stock it and watch it. And notice how it pulled back here to this 10 SMA. This would be the way I play. I don't day trade. Let me just qualify that, JC. I don't day trade. I used to. I'm a swing trader. But if I was to go back to day trading, this is how I would do it. I would look for these names. I would not chase them up here. I would wait for the pullbacks to these moving averages, which is the 10 SMA, and that becomes my entry. And then you get out when you have a candle that closes under that moving average. This candle right here just might close under the moving average in a couple of minutes. So that would be my exit candle or my signal candle to get out. LTRY. Okay. This one won a couple of races. I guarantee you it was showing up on the races up here and up here. And do you see why you don't buy it when it's raced up here? You wait for the pullback. These stocks have to breathe, JC. So this is a real good crash course in how to not pull something up and chase it because you feel like you're missing out. These algorithms that run the market, they're programmed to run it up and then profit taking occurs, and then they run right back down. So there's a lot of sawtoothed action. You've just got to figure out when you want to jump in and play the game. So if we were getting race results on this and you saying, oh, I'm watching this stock, the stock looks interesting, great volume today, something's happening. But Steve told me I need to wait until it gets down here to the 10 SMA before I start looking to buy these names. That's it. That's as simple as I can make it, JC. I don't want to make it too complex because people do that and it doesn't work. But I use my 15-minute time frame. I use my 10 SMA, IONQ. I was even looking at this one this morning. Had a lot of pep to it, but it never pulled back and gave us an entry. So let me show you what my perfect entry would look like. Stock races up the first half an hour and then it goes sideways, right? And then right here, boom, that is golden. That entry right there is golden, but IONQ never gave us that opportunity. It was constantly saying, hey, you got to chase me if you want me. Then let's talk about this. It pulls back midday to my point, but guess what? We're already midday. It's 12:30. It's lunchtime. A lot of momentum, in my opinion, has a hard time following through the remainder of the day. It spends the remainder of the day kind of working off what happened in here. So that's why I like to see a small pop on the open, some sideways action, and then that sideways action gets triggered to move higher off of the 10 SMA, and that's our buy point. So I would avoid something like this, even though it's touching the line. It's had a big move, like it's running into its daily moving averages too. It just went too far too fast. So that is another thing to consider. As I speak, you got to be thinking there's no one right trade setup. There's a million different scenarios out there. You've just got to figure out how to manage the risk the best. What's the market doing in general? Are you trying to go long on a day when the market's collapsing? Well, we're not collapsing, so yeah, you'd be okay. Spies are hanging in there as well too. But if we were going to lows, and a lot of things were making new lows, probably not a good time to be looking to buy, JC. So you've got to pay attention to the bigger picture first. You also want to look at what's going on in these sectors. All right, energy, XLE is a strong player today. OIH, oil, these are my sectors. Matter of fact, interesting. Been a long, slow haul, and now it's slowly grinding back to highs. Software companies, gold miners, the banks are going to look terrible. The banks can't get above their 200-day. Who was talking about that? Yellow. There's a great example of the 200-day just coming into play on the banks. They've got a brick wall to get through if they want to regain the momentum. All right, let's look at a few more of these. APY. Now, these aren't winning as many races, so they might be a bit more. Oh, look at that. That's kind of interesting, but again, it's midday. That's the sideways action I'm talking about. But look at where this thing had to come to get there. 350 all the way up to 5. And if it hadn't had such a big move on the daily, it's running right into the 20-day. This could be an interesting entry right here. And if somebody felt like it, I mean, you could take a simulated entry right there. And we just go ahead and buy. Oops. Click the buy button. Take a simulated entry. Lower my stop a little bit. There we go. There's the simulated. Okay, it gave me 1,900 shares at 503. Now, if I sell, let's see if I have to expand this. Oh, where'd my stop go? Oh, that's weird. I think I moved it too far down. No, there it is. It's blinking out on me. $428 I'm risking. Well, you really shouldn't be looking at that number to decide where to put your stop. You should be looking at a technical level. I don't want it to break 495. So let's move it up to 494. And that's only $150 simulated loss doing it that way. So it's a tight, paper cut if it doesn't go. We'll take a small loss, we'll take a small risk to try and get a big push off that, but I don't expect this one to go. And so maybe this paper trade, this simulation trade will just further the notion that, trying to catch big momentum plays here off that moving average when it's lunchtime in New York, it's just not the right time of day. If this was an hour after the open, it had only come from maybe 450. We were just looking at this portion right here. Instead of all this too. That's a lot of it expends a lot of energy when you look back and see all that. But if it had opened right there and punched up and did that right on the open and gave us a shot, maybe an hour and a half after the open, that would have been more interesting. But the time of day here is just suspect for me. All right, good. Okay, I'm glad it's resonating with you, JC. Just try to find the action, catch yourself not chasing. And say catch yourself trying to think about chasing, but say, no, I can't chase. Every penny adds up here. This is a jump rope. And if you're going to keep jumping in the middle of the jump rope when it's, going to hit you in the head, it's going to start to get frustrating after a while. So it's all timing, and it's all understanding what type of time frame you want to play in. If you have a second job, day trading is kind of hard. But if you have a second job, swing trading can be a little easier because you can do what you're doing, look over, manage your positions. And most of my management positions occur at the end of the day. I like to see what the end of day candle is going to close and what it's going to look like. Because sometimes I'll get out too soon of a swing trade midday only to see it turn around and close strong. And I'm like, God, if I'd have just waited for the end of the day candle, which is what everybody's going to be looking at anyway. Got some other names running here in the current moment. TGTX, we can look at that. VSAT, another interesting one. Look at how TGTX there kind of played around with both my moving indicators. Broke through the 5-day, came back and tested it, and that 10 SMA forced the issue up and higher. Not a bad one, but it's probably going to run right smack into that 1120 level on the daily chart. But still, that's a dollar move possible. VSAT coming through here. What's this all about? Another one. Big day yesterday, pulled back, gave up its momentum midday, and now it's on the move again. It just broke out. And I tell you what, I'd be very, very skeptical. This is the kind of thing that you probably look at and you say, oh, look at this. It broke out of yesterday's highs. I should buy it. There's probably going to be follow through. This has been hard to get follow through. I wouldn't be surprised if, let's just do that. Let's just put an alert in here just to see if it pulls back. I wouldn't be surprised if this thing breaks out, and what it's doing is it's understanding that humans are looking at this market saying 31.50, 31.38. That's the high. So if we get above the high, maybe it'll break out. And so the price moves above the high, suckers people in, for probably the best adjective I can figure out. Suckers people in, and then the sellers take advantage of those people that are coming in. And it's like a whole new shift, a shift change at the in the kitchen, in and out. So don't be the person chasing these long extended breakouts. I'm pretty sure that this type of action will show up here on VSAT, where it just breaks yesterday's high or 2 days high, whatever, and then pulls right back. Tough to get entries on that type of methodology. You're better off looking for the strength and then being patient for the pullback, saying, well, maybe this will pull back again. I might be interested down here. You can set an alert for a pullback and use those to prompt you to pull up and maybe take action. Groupon is on there. Hey, there's a good example of the 10-day. Look at that, the 10 SMA, excuse me. 10 SMA holding that pullback on that candle perfectly. So if you saw Groupon in the morning and you kept it on your screen and you watched it, I'm talking to you, JC. Here's our methodology right there, right? It touched, it's time to buy. It showed its hand, it's strong. We didn't chase. We waited for our pitch, took an entry right there. It's working out. That's the kind of stuff that I would do as a day trader. because there are many rabbit holes that you could go down. But play the action. Don't go against what the market is doing, the SPYs and the Qs and the NASDAQ, generally speaking. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, but I mean, on a day, if the market's crashing, you don't want to be looking for longs and other names because everybody will just start throwing out the baby with the bathwater, as they say. All right, looks like the questions are open. Again, I have no positions to report personally. I'm 100% cash, except for the crypto stuff. It's sad. Some of these AI stocks were trying to do something, at one point, and they just kept downtrending. Look at that. Once they broke that 50-day moving average, it's over. They just keep getting caught up in the web of declining moving averages. IONQ is giving some back now. So yeah, good push in the morning, but too much too fast, and now it's broken. And for all intents and purposes, guys, this is our signal candle. That one right there. Not the green one. The green one closed above. What I'm saying is I wait for the closing candle. Even though it closed below and I got out at 17 theoretically, the person here at 16.18 who's still trying to figure out what the hell to do with this trade, what do I do? What do I do? I'm already out. And more often than not, I watch the continuation of selling and people just probably wondering, why am I still in this thing? That's why I call that my signal candle. The first 15-minute candle to close below the rising 10 SMA signals the momentum is dying. And this is just the time frame that I like to look at. There's probably something to be said on a 5-minute chart or even smaller, but I don't look at those. I like to look at the 15 minutes. This is the time frame that I want to play in. All right, guys, so 1 sec, I'll be right back. All right, so going off what you just said, looking at FTI doing, let's look at FTI. Okay, so we got 2 minutes, Yellow Jacket, 2 minutes before this candle closes. It's not looking good, but here's what happens. In the past, I'll be like, oh my God, and I'll just sell it. And then for some reason, some crazy buyer jumps in and holds it, and it closes right back at that line. So you got 1 minute. I mean, it's not fun, but it looks like it might be developing into a signal candle, signaling the loss of momentum. It has a lot of work to do in less than a minute to regain that. So yeah. And ideally, when that happens, you've got some profits to take, because then if you don't, then you start, second guessing yourself. And then before you know it, you're just in a bad trade. It's not working, and it's taking away emotional capital, energy, financial capital. Well, if you wanted to short sell that, I mean, on the flip side, I don't know if I would do that either. You've got a nice solid trend here. It might just pull back, to 1680. You got 8 cents maybe for the most part before the buyers jump back in and maybe try and buy it back. I like to short sell things that are weak, that are trending downward on the daily chart. If you're going to play the short sell game of something that's strong, Andrew Aziz and those guys over there at Bull Bears, they do a good job of finding the stocks that have gone parabolic over a few days, and they watch them very closely. Those are the ones that can be a windfall if short, but it's a dangerous kind of a game because, the shorts can continue to get squeezed. I see your comments, Green Thoughts. I'm not a fan of the market either, Green Thoughts. I'm not short it, but I'm not long it. I do also think the market is screwed, and I don't know what's holding it up besides BlackRock at this point. Yeah, I said it. Because nothing makes sense, really. I've been around long enough to see markets react to normal catalysts, and things aren't reacting correctly. Things seem broken. And if I just go over and just pull up this chart one more time, I just kind of take solace in the fact that what were we talking about earlier, that 50-day moving average, Yellow Jacket? Well, it's flashing a giant warning signal to us today that the the leadership of the technology that we've been enjoying is breaking. It tried a couple of days to hold on to the 50, but we are now trending and trading below. Yes, we're not closed. We still have a couple hours. But if this is what the NASDAQ is going to look like going home tonight, this is not pretty. It's not good. This is why I'm in cash. I'm actually kind of anticipating this. I just feel it. Because, as I said when I first came on, a lot of my swing trades weren't working. The markets were going up, but my stuff just kept going down. There was just a giant dislocation and a disconnect. Sure, Apple, Amazon, Tesla, Netflix, Google, they're having fun. They're the majority of the indexes. But if you're trying to play some story stocks or some tech stocks or some other stuff that you like, they're just not working to the long side right now, and that's my opinion. Finally got a starter position at Beat. I was waiting for the earnings. I wanted earnings to clear out of the way. And Patrick, Beat is now 3 days below the 50, the 20, and the 10. So it's not showing me anything. It's not. It's one of those. It's a perfect example, Patrick, of the chart is just not confirming the story. Yeah, the story's there for sure, but it's just not catching on the chart. So you can't fight the crowd. They're just not catching it. So I'm out. That includes that one too. I'm all cash. I have no positions. 100% cash. It's been a while since I've done that. The period on the 10 SMA daily, it's 10. So I use 10 days on the SMA. I'll go back to the daily. There's our cues. I'll show you, right? We were holding the 10 SMA nicely, broke the 10 SMA, hit the backstop. The backstop kicked in, which is the 20, and we popped back up. Then we broke the 10, broke the 20, and we could never get back above. Now we have broken the 50, and this is rather concerning. And if we close like this, especially on lows, we've got kind of a gap down with a tail. It's just, that's the beginning. I mean, that would be a long-term position signal candle to me. If I was a money manager, when I was heavy in tech stocks for my clients, I would probably be using this day to really thin out of a lot of tech stocks, because this to me is a signal candle that things are not looking good. And that's just my opinion. We can go to the SPY, we can have, kind of a contrarian case because of the different makeup of that index. They are currently battling the respective 50-day. So therefore, by the end of the day today, if we look up and we see both the Q and the SPY have closed definitively below the rising 50, not bullish, not bullish in the slightest, not good either. So yeah, you're seeing the same thing I am, Patrick. Weird market. And I did a video short, it's out there. It's, patience is a virtue. And one of the things I said was, patience and letting our winners run, right? Using that moving average on the 10 SMA. That's patience, letting your winners run. But what's also patience is sitting back and not feeling like you have to do something because you're getting conflicting signals. Jesse Livermore, one of the best traders ever 100 years ago, said some of the best money he ever made was by sitting on his hands. So just think about that. Kind of a penny saved is a penny earned type of analogy. Same thing with the 50. So the 10 is 10 period SMA. The 50 is 50 SMA. The only unusual one, Jim, is the one I have here on my 15-minute chart is this blue line. I refer to this as the 5-day. But what we're doing is we're kind of spoofing the system by using 130 periods. So 130 SMA, 130 candles, 15-minute candles is divisible perfectly into 5 days of trading. Would be 130 periods. So it gives us a different way to look at a 5-day moving average without using the daily chart. We're using it on a intraday, but it's still the same values. And it doesn't get kind of squashed. When you use a 5-day chart on the daily, it's kind of hard to see. It's much easier to see how it acts as a pivot point on this 15-minute chart. Yeah, you're beating the market at 5%. All right, guys. I'll be here till the top of the hour. If there's any other chart you want to look at or any other concept or trade idea tool you need help with, now's the time. And it's Friday, so we'll be back on Monday. Interesting. This TGNX, even though I said there was kind of a sloppy, signal candle back here, it's trying to creep back up. These names should remain on your watch list all day. Don't take them off. Don't look away. They can always turn back into something. You never know. And what I mean by that is, yeah, this $8 level here, it's back above its moving average. 8 was the high on those two candles. If it can hold this and close there, there might be some creep higher into the close. But that's the number one. Oh, that was TGNX. I'm sorry. And then, yeah, that one just kept going. That one never even gave us an opportunity. The only opportunity this gave us, and this was the perfect scenario, right? Day one. Here's day one after earnings. Pullback, narrow candle, tight range, boom, big explosion, took out that daily candle. Let's look over to the 15. Here we go, taking out that candle right here. Oh, we see this, but boy, look at that. It's the opening candle. I don't like to chase things on the open, which is me, but I'm going to keep an eye on this thing. This is yesterday, right? And this is my hindsight voice. If I had been watching this in real time, I got to keep an eye on this thing. I can't chase it. And all of a sudden, boom, look at this. It came back and touched that 10 SMA. I'm in. And then it turned into my perfect day and a half trade yesterday and today. I mean, that's what I'm looking for right there. Let me just highlight that. That would have been just absolutely scrumptious right there. Right there on that breakout. And we even had earnings as the catalyst, so in the back of your mind, earnings is a big one. People are press, change, rearrange. I'm on the wrong side of this ship. Other people want to get in. There's always a lot of activity after earnings for the new traders. But yeah, that was money right there yesterday, using that pullback onto the moving average. And then there was really no reason to get out, maybe a little bit here, but I would have wanted to keep the follow through. If I get into a stock that has a great first day, that's day one, and it closes anywhere near highs, I'm staying in, probably the full lot. And I'm just praying and hoping for a gap up or follow through like this on the next day. That second day follow through is just a playground if you're already positioned. I love to just put out orders and let them come and hit me and take profits. All right, we'll take a look at EYPT. I hear a sigh.
You make it sound so simple, Steve.
I
Just put
make
the
it sound
orders in
simple.
and take your
It
profits.
sounds so simple.
Sounds so simple.
So,
I heard you talk about your technology trades, and normally what I do in the pre-market, I run through all of the major sectors, but I haven't really doing that. I've only been really looking at XLE and healthcare because they were the only ones that were kind of challenging the 200-day. But I really hadn't looked at the technology ETF, XLK, until today. And yeah, you are absolutely right. I mean, you look at XLK, still way, way, way above the 200-day moving average, but look at what's happened over the last since the 31st of July. Look at what's happened. Basically, every single day is down.
Yeah, so NASDAQ is tech strong, but it's not full tech. But the XLK tech ETF broke what we've been talking about, guys, is 50-day moving average last week, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days ago. Now we've got a crossover. I don't pay much attention to crossovers. They're just kind of a confirming issue to me. But closing candles below or above moving averages are interesting to me. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see what this market has in store. There was something else I was going to say, and it slipped me.
Somebody was wanting to know about EYPT.
Yes, that's what it was. So I was going to say the EYPT trade. This one scares me a little bit, Yellow Jacket, because look at from where it's come. Big spike, bottoming tail, testing the 10, the 20, 2, 3. We're on day 4 here. What was I talking about earlier? How those damn algorithms have a funny way of like trying to get something to make a brand new high and then sucker people in, and then they don't have a lot of follow through. So what I'm saying is, if you're looking at this as an entry point, well, you've got a lot of momentum behind you that might need to be worked off. Where we've made a newer high, we've made newer lows. So this might be one you just kind of maybe put a price alert in there on the moving average on the daily. And if it pulls back and touches the 10-day moving average in the future, that would be more interesting to me. I'm afraid to buy something that's ran 4 days and is breaking out again. I just feel like the momentum is just doomed to snag me if I jump in and do that. Barry, on the other hand, does that on a different time frame, and that's a whole different story. Daily candles versus 5-minute candles. So yeah.
I'm still having a problem with these HTML charts. The big problem I've got with them is that it's very difficult to type in a symbol.
Yeah, I got to go slow. I like to type fast and they get cut off.
Well, even if I'm typing slowly, it's not to even get cut off unless I click on another symbol immediately, and then I know that'll change in my chart, and then I can start typing. But if I don't do that for a while, if I let it sit there for a while, and then I
Yeah.
just want to type in a new
That just
symbol,
happened to me. That
it
just
won't
happened to
happen.
me. Yeah, I wanted to
Yeah,
try and type something and it wouldn't take it, so I had to kind of
exactly. So
refresh.
very frustrating because I was trying to type in TNGX, which was my super trade of the day. This one actually came up. I've been using this daily reversal, and what it's all about. Why did it show up there though? Oh yeah, the daily reversal. So all I'm looking for is a stock that gapped down at least 5% the day before. Okay. And then today, if it takes out that high, the high of the day before, and
Yeah.
it's up at least 1%. Okay. So it's got some momentum and I think a relative volume. And you can see the TNGX. I had an alert right at 760. And I got into the trade. I would let it, moved around a little bit there. And then I got into the trade around 770, 780, and it just ran all the way to 926. I didn't get out right at the top,
Ah,
but man, what a delicious trade that was for me.
yep. Those are
Because
fun.
I heard you talking about it and popping over eight. Maybe it'll they did a financing. That was the reason why the big drop down yesterday after the big day before that.
So it was hinting above 8. Now it's dropped back down below again. So
Yeah.
it's just that's what I talk about. The later the day gets, the less I start to trust some of these things. That's just my own perspective. I
Hmm.
know that you have
Hmm.
other experiences with stocks that are on the move all day, but for me, it just seems like I lose faith in
Right.
the day as it wears on.
Oh no, I'm with you on that. I mean, for me, it would have to take out eight in a big way later on with some volume before I would even take a look
Mhm.
at it again. But typically the ones that I look at, not so much the TNGXs, but the stocks under $5 that have had like a massive run in the pre-market and then the pullback, and
Mhm.
then they kind of sit there for hours, it seems, and then all of a sudden, 2 o'clock, 2:30, enthusiasm comes back in, and they start spiking
Right.
on volume
End of
again
day. Yeah,
in the
I've seen
day.
that. Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, many times. Not every stock, of course, but anyway, it is now
But yeah,
one o'clock.
you were talking
Wow.
about that scanner, but you weren't showing your screen. So
Oh,
IHA is interested in that scanner. Yeah.
all right. Oh, retake the screen. Well, I just added it to my homepage, Mr. Weeks. So you can now. I'll pop my homepage link in, and then all you have to do is go to the scan section on my homepage, and then I call it daily reversal. Okay,
Yep.
it's called daily reversal.
Sounds interesting.
Yeah. Really,
Cool.
I call it daily reversal because it's really up big yesterday, down big today,
Yeah.
and down big yesterday, up big today.
There's been a
Okay,
lot of that lately.
yeah, but
Yeah.
I thought, you know what, that's pretty convoluted, so I just renamed. I asked the room, what should I call it? Because I said I want to add it to my homepage. What should I? So daily reversal seemed to be the one
Yeah.
that they liked,
That's
so
acceptable.
that's acceptable.
People understand that.
Yeah. Okay, my friend.
All right.
Well,
Thanks.
by the way, I did listen to that guy on the bass. They're pretty awesome.
Oh, Joe Dart with the
Yeah,
with the white the whole
yeah.
band wears those white
Is that what it is?
I don't know, it's just one of them. They did at a concert where they were all wore white robes, but Chris McKay, he and I talk a lot about bass and drums, and he sent me that guy,
Okay.
and I'm like, how did I miss this guy? He's
Yeah,
crazy.
no kidding. And
He's
he's got the
funky.
great head bob going,
He's
as you
got the
said.
groove. Yeah, he's got the rubberneck head bob.
That's right.
All
Okay,
right,
Steve, have a
Barry.
great
See you
weekend.
around. Thanks.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Just give me a moment, guys, as I get my music going back into the other room. And get rid of. Okay, so Iris, if you just go to my, I just popped my homepage link in, go to the scan section on my homepage, and it's called Daily Reversal. Okay, so guys, this is at my homepage now. If you click, I'll put my link in again. So it's been added. Okay, so now if you click on my homepage link, and when you go down to the scan section, So right there, daily reversals, and now we have abnormal option activity and the don't repeat option activity. So they just renamed. Okay. So now, but the daily reversals is now there on my homepage. Really? Uh, Hopefully I didn't give them the wrong link. Hmm. I might have to ask him about it because yeah, it doesn't seem to be clickable yet. Just give me a moment. I want to make sure before I bug him. I can't do this on my own, you see. I have to. Oh, wait a minute. Let's see. What's this? No, it doesn't appear that it's yeah. Yeah, okay, Iris. Yeah, there's something. Let me make sure I gave him the right link. He might have just give me a moment, okay? Okay, well, that's the right link for sure. This is what I gave him, okay? So maybe it was copied incorrectly. Here it is, guys. I'll just give it to you right now, and that is the right link. It's not just give me a moment, guys. I got so many things. Okay, Rudy's taking a look at it, see if there's something going on. It might have just been one of those things. Maybe it's not active yet for some reason. Sometimes it takes a while. No, no, I know it doesn't work. It definitely doesn't work. I've asked the gentleman to take a look at it. Maybe the link was copied in incorrectly. It is that link though that I just put in, that works, and that's what I gave him. So, oops. This is the link, and that's the link I gave him, and it definitely works. There it is, right there. So anyway, he'll take a look. Maybe it was just input incorrectly or something crazy going on. Can somebody tell me because I had to do my if anybody who's got the daily reversals from before, remember it was called up big yesterday, etc. Where was par alerted? Because this has been a sensational one. The problem is I see it here, but remember, this is really late because I had to do a reboot. But you know what? No, that might be it because of the relative volume is still pretty low. Oh, so I guess that I was thinking maybe it got alerted down here around 34. Oh, rookie mistake. My goodness, I'm in a trade, and I forgot I was in it, guys. Uh, thank goodness nothing has happened, but I'm in this LTH. This is a gap up and reverse. So basically, right where I shorted it. Okay, so now the other thing I'm noticing gives you a nice little watch list for stocks to watch. This is the yeah. Well, Pepe, what do you think? Should if I go back to non-HTML, do you think it's going to screw up? I think it only screws up when the other way from non-HTML to HTML. Oh, you're welcome, Iris. All right, because it's working now. Okay, let's take a look. Rudy just told me it's working now. So let me click on it. Daily reversals. Yes, it's working now. Thank you. Okay, guys. So it is in my homepage called Daily Reversals. So you have to click on a new link for me, okay? On like a new if you want to get it. It should be working. Okay, JMac, the problem is you have to just give me a moment. I'll put my homepage in again, okay? Because what's happened is that I guess you have an old cached one, but it's definitely working. Well, I shouldn't say definitely. I mean, I just tried it and it was working. So because of course I want people to access it from my homepage. Yeah, you can do a refresh or here is a new homepage link. Okay, here's a new homepage link. Click on the new homepage link. Go down to scans. Click here, scans. When I click on daily reversals, it'll show up. Yeah, it's showing up in a new tab. So it's definitely working now for my homepage. You just have to use a new homepage link for me, or as Pepe says, refresh. But it's definitely working now. Okay, so I am going to go back then to the other charts. Okay. Yeah, see, that's the problem. So for some reason, and those new charts are very spotty when you try to type a symbol in. Okay, now I got to keep watching LTH. I have to keep remembering that I'm in it on a short at 1726. And I am still in my H lid. This has just been well, boring, boring, but I'm still in that short from 1065. Boring, but I'll take it. 990 is the next low looking lift. What a choppy day in the market, guys. Now we had these days several months ago for it seemed weeks at a time. You know, look at this market chop on the SPY. Down, up, down. Really choppy, hard. Not seeing a lot of great trend plays. I'm not saying there aren't any real, but seriously, I mean, there are not a lot of stocks that are. Almost impossible with the market doing this. Not saying there are none, but NN. This does not trade volume. Does not trade options at all. NN. Shortable. Yeah, you're right. Shortable for us. 600,000 approximately at Interactive Brokers. Okay, guys, I will do a video now. Quick video. Yeah, I see power. Yeah, PAR is on my daily reversals, actually. I just don't know when the first time it would have shown up. My guess is that it wouldn't have shown up down here because the relative volume wasn't high enough. Hmm. No, that's not the reason actually, was it? Because I don't have a relative volume filter in the daily reversals, but the volume wasn't high enough. My minimum is 150. My minimum is 150, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, 150,000. So it didn't so we're at 188 now. So when it hit 150,000, whenever that was, that must have been at 35.72. The price was 35.72. That's when it probably hit the 150,000. So, I mean, I don't cry about these things. That's it, because sure, I could reduce that to 100,000, but I may get as I say every single day, I may get 10 other stocks that don't do this. And then, the power sort of gets lost. And the same thing. So in this case, this would not show up on the reversal. And most of my scans, I have a relative volume of at least three. So, yeah, I mean, I'm going to miss these ones for sure because of some of my filters are going to block them, but I'm not, it's nothing I'm going to like worry about. Okay. But I will take that one. Sure. So you obviously, a real is sharing his trending up scan. I don't know if you shared it before. Let's just take a look at I used to have a trend scan. Yes. I mean, I used to. So current volume, so 1.5. Okay. Now your daily volume, interesting. I would personally, I'll probably take that out, but that's okay. The 5, so you're talking with the 8 and the 20. Okay. And you've got two triggers, the new high and the new 15-minute high. Okay. And you have one probably on the way down, just the reverse, trending daily lows. Okay, so before I do my video, I will, Michael, in our YouTube room. So what is the difference between the multi-strategy window and the alert window? Okay, so a multi-strategy window in the upper left-hand corner, M, and then here's your A. So all the multi-strategy, typically the reason for people using a multi-strategy window, if you're only using one monitor and you've got a bunch of alert windows, taking up space all over your monitor, you can put them all into a multi-strategy window. So for instance, here, I don't have many, but there are 4 in here. Okay, I'm not using the 300% ones though, so I've unchecked them. But that's the whole idea of a multi-strategy window. You can put like all sorts of alert windows into a multi-strategy window. So basically, it's a screen. It's a save space for you, especially if you only have one monitor. Now, what I do, I don't have that problem regarding the monitor space. But what I like to do is in a multi-strategy window is combine similar strategies, similar alerts. So or scans. I should call them scans or not strategies. They're scans. So these are all my option stuff. Okay, so I put them into a multi-strategy window. Um, Here, oh, wrong. The daily reversals. There's only 2 in here. Up big yesterday, but down big today, down big yesterday, up big today. Okay. These are individual alert windows. I could break them out. See if I hover over this and I open up the alert window, there it is. Okay. So I could be putting this in to a multi-strategy window. And typically, I mean, if you want to understand how to do it, I can do it later on, but it's in our guide. Okay. So if you click on, keep forgetting that I loaded a cloud, just give me a moment. So if you click on my homepage link, okay, so if you click on my homepage link, and then you go down to the education section, click here, education section, and then click on the user guide. And this will explain, where are you, multi-strategy? I know you're here somewhere. M window. Okay, yeah, the M window. This will explain how to create a multi-strategy window and put your alerts in if you want to. Your alert scans in if you want to. Okay. Later on, I can show, but I just if you want to hang around, I will actually show and other people if you're interested. I just want to do my video now though, and then I'll come back. Okay. Bausch and Lamb. So I see that one, or Loam, coming from your scan reel. So it's all about when, I guess, the first time you'd see it. Okay, guys, I do want to do my video, so I know what I'm doing it on. We use it for marketing, guys. Okay. Okay, so let me get the announcement in. And the time is 1:23, so say 1:20 or 1:34 or so. Okay. So I'm muting myself now. Okay, Zoran, I'll come back. I don't know if you have a question. If you're asking if we do scan the Indian market, we do not. Okay, Zoran, if you're asking if we scan the Indian market, I'm going to maybe anticipate your question. We do not. We only scan the US and with some limitations, the Canadian market. So I'm putting myself on mute now, guys. Hey, back on, guys. Back on. Sorry about that. I had my mic still on mute. What a choppy day. We haven't seen a day like this for a while. Very, very choppy day. Okay, so might be getting rid of my that short I have on the LTH. As I said earlier in the day, I did very well on that TG, not the TGTX, the TNGX trade. And I said what I'd be doing for the balance of the day is reducing my risk. Otherwise, I would not risk as much on each trade. So, and that's basically what I'm doing right now with the LTH. Well, ACHR, what a day. What a day. I mean, look at this move after hours, big move after hours, earnings play, but that's not the reason really. It was all about some funding that they got or an investment that they got, $215 million. Still look pretty good in the pre-market. Market opens, clear splat. What do I think about EVLV? Well, I did my video on this, and the reason it sort of caught my eye, not, obviously, listen, my videos are used for marketing purposes, obviously. Um, so if I do see a decent AI trade, I'll take a look at it. But what really caught my eye is the fact that, look what the market was doing and look what this one was doing. I mean, it's not beautiful because it had some bottoming tails and some topping tails. So it was a little bit of chop, but, basically holding near the highs still, and it's an earnings play. So what do I think about it? Well, maybe if it takes out the high of the day, it might get running again, but the volume has to come in. You see the volume is starting to dwindle. It's a big float too, 90 million in the float, 40 times, 4 times normal in terms of option number of option traded today. This is the one that I'm ticked off that I forgot about, the UBS. Well, maybe it's still okay. UBS, this is an all-time low, believe it or not. UBS all-time low, and they did have some news this morning. UBS ending aid, liquidity guarantee is positive. And the alerts on the platform be set to audio instead of text if we subscribe to the platform. No, I think I know what you mean. In other words, now what you can do depends, but it'll defeat the purpose. But let me explain what I'm going to talk about. So we can put a sound alert. I go to properties, actions. Okay. I click on the play sound and then I set up the sound. So you'll see one of the options right here is text to speech. So one of the options is text to speech. So the whole idea of our sound alerts is to have a different sound alert for every alert window that you've got. Now you shouldn't have so many anyway, but you can see that if you put text to speech on every one of them, you would never know which window to look at. Okay. Now, I guess there would be a way. So in other words, what would happen is if I put text to speech in this one, the abnormal option activity, then I would hear UBS. UBS, she would say, well, it's a female voice, say UBS. Okay. Now, the problem is you can only do that once. However, there's probably a way. You see, typically then what happens is if you do want to use text to speech, you can use it, not mandatory, of course. Well, I think a lot of people do for one of their windows. So you use it on one and then you use this custom sound. You click on that and then you select the sound. Now, I mean, this may be almost as good, but maybe not. So here we've got three folders. Mad Money. So these are a bunch of sound alerts. Okay. And you can play a sound alert, click on it, open it, play it, and then you'll know. See, that might be just as good. I mean, you won't hear you, it won't be read out. Is there a reason that it has to be read out? Because what happens is what I do is I just put a different sound alert on these different windows. Well, it's okay, then the sound alert, but you'd still have to click on. I mean, okay, let's put it this way. Larry, you're not watching the screen, okay? And I say UBS. What are you going to do? Okay, you're not watching the screen. You've got one of these windows that is text to voice, and you hear UBS. So what are you going to do? I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm just interested how you would use that. The fact that you heard it, what would you do? Okay. So you'd look at the screen, you'd have to know what one it was because so that's all I'm saying is that you don't have to keep looking at the screen if you don't want to. I have a different sound alert for here. So the minute you hear a sound though, you would want to be able to look at the scan that the sound is coming from, right? Because the whole idea then of the program is to click on to see what the chart looks like afterwards. I mean, if you wouldn't be doing that, if you're just going to hear something and just input it into your broker and trade it, I'm sure that's not what you want to do. So you don't have to keep looking at your screen, especially if you have some alert windows that don't really alert that many times. Okay. I mean, you might have like look at my 10-day daily breakdown. Look now, granted, I had to do a reboot. So there are probably more, but in this particular scan, the breakout and the breakdown, I don't get too many alerts. When I hear, I know, but I know what the sound in this window, I know the sound it makes. So when I hear it, I immediately look at this window. Okay. And then I click on the alert and see and see, do I want to trade it? Now, again, if you do subscribe to the platform, you said much appreciated. It would be much appreciated if you use my link. Okay. At some point, I'm not saying you don't have to do it now. Doesn't have to be today, could be next week, could be next month, whenever you're comfortable. But just use my link, my home page, maybe save it, or come into the room one day and say, hey, I want to take out a subscription. And you can use my link. And of course, there's a promo code always for 15% off. And down the road, if you ever wanted to take out an annual, I can give you a better one at 25. You should never start off with an annual. Okay, LTH has come back to where I shorted it. Boring as anything, but as I say many times, I don't get out of a trade due to boredom. I don't get out of a trade due to boredom, but I don't trade due to boredom, if that makes sense. In other words, if I'm not in a trade and I'm getting bored and I start to say to myself, just take a trade. It's just too boring to be sitting and doing nothing. I never do that. But when I'm in a trade and it's not really doing anything, but as long as it hasn't hit my stop or it's not really even getting close to my stop, I'm not going to get out of the trade because you just never know. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, they can start moving in the direction that you want. Well, remember what happened to Penn. So Wynn, of course, is a big casino, and so is Penn. Or I don't know if actually I shouldn't say that. I don't know if Penn is a casino or just does. Yeah. So I can't tell really. I don't think Penn is actually a casino itself. It's just managing. It just has gaming and slots and things like that in the various casinos. Is that correct? I may be wrong. Whereas Wynn, of course, is a casino. So even though this in theory was a little bit late, the par a little bit late. This is when I was on my break, so I didn't see it until I got back on my break. 35.72 and is now 36.38. And this is, of course, Real was talking about this one in his trend scan too. And again, we looked at this and we realized why it was in theory late, not picking it up down here because the volume was not 150,000 in this scan here. Where did your scan? Where did that trending scan pick up par for you, Real? Do you remember? I think you have a lower volume, 100,000 shares. So it wouldn't have hit. So you would have hit it at 100,000 shares, whenever whatever price that was. Okay. So guys, I mean, if you want, you can. I mean, again, just treat these like a template. Okay. You don't have to follow exactly what I've got here. I've got 150,000. I thought that was decent. 2 and 40. That's I think that those are the only common. I don't have any relative volume. No relative volume. The only one I think that I have that is no relative volume. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, I can get it whenever par hit 100,000 shares is when you would have got the alert, assuming it was making a new high around that time. Ah, thank you, LTH. You see, a lot of patience here. I can't even remember when I took this trade, LTH. Certainly before my break, and it was at 17 20, actually 1727. So whenever that was, might have been, I might have done this while I was on my break. I don't think I did though. This is a short for me, guys. Okay, and I got in at 1727, but I'm trying to figure out. I mean, that's 1245. That's 1230, 1215. I must have taken it while I was on my break. Doesn't seem likely, but okay. Anyway, it hasn't moved much, but the reason I took it is because when I look left, well, I might have to contend with 17, but that's okay. And then the 200-day moving average at 1681. If it gets down anywhere close to 17, that'd be a nice win for me. Okay, guys, Ahi was a reversal also. I see Ahi was a reversal. How can you not think of tuna when you say Ahi twice? So let's see. Yeah, not much of one though. I mean, if it somehow took out 439, I mean, the next high in the daily is 528. What is par doing today and why? I mean, aha. Didn't see this in the pre-market. I don't think anyway. So Goldman Sachs raises the target from to 35 from 34. So it's a little bit above that now. That's the only thing I can find on par. Had earnings on the 9th. So that was yesterday. Now, when you say, wait a minute, August 10th was yesterday, you're right, but post-market, August 9th. So the next day is really the reaction. And so it got hammered down. But Goldman maybe is saying, well, maybe that's an overreaction. Just keeps just making a new high after a new high. Well, if you did take this one, your next high on the daily chart is around 37.24, so you still have some room, not quite a dollar. Oh, you know what I forgot to do, guys? I do apologize. If you have my daily reversals, I hate bothering Rudy. I don't think I took the sound alert off. Let me see if I did. Maybe because you're going to hear trade ideas over and over again. You're going to wonder where's that coming from? I don't know which one I gave it. Yeah. So guys, probably going to drive you nuts. So just know that if you load my daily reversals, every time you will hear trade ideas every time that stock makes a new high. Okay. So you can always go and delete it or not delete it, but go to properties and uncheck the actions. I just forgot to do that when I put it in my, okay. Thank you, real. Okay. I'm reading that. Thank you. Good idea. Well, this one's having a bit of a comeback also, guys. This is an earnings play today. VTYX, it's still down for the day. We're trying to, trying to come back somewhat. Right. It'll be really tough for shareholders of this company thinking, man, oh man, we got it made now, lots of money coming in, and it just got killed. And then I'm talking about the ACHR. This is just a market that is way, way ahead of itself, in my opinion, this vertical takeoff and landing market. I mean, we're talking Jetsons here, sort of. So, but obviously not on the personal side, but at airports, I just think it's way, way premature before anybody can make any money doing this. Okay, guys, this is now a reversal from yesterday, PRMW. Now, I think it would help if the market moves down, but you can see what's happening here, guys. Big gap up yesterday, and now it is just below the low of yesterday. It's got room, well, it got some room, about 50 cents, 40 cents to the 200-day moving average. So, this might be an opportunity. Let's see how well it holds underneath 15. So Zoran, I don't know if you're still there. You're probably not there. anymore. So, YouTube room. They didn't take this one, but this had a nice pop from, I think, where I mentioned around 33.50. This is VTYX. Okay, guys, I took the short on the PRMW, very tight stop, gets the 15, I'm out. Just want to see if this has any legs down to that, get it close to the 200-day moving average. The risk reward makes sense if it can get anywhere close to it with the stop I've got for the PRMW. And that again is from my daily reversals. I honestly don't expect too much out of it. I don't think it's going to be super dynamic, but I can't believe I'm still in the H-lit. The H-lit is just doing nothing, but there's really no reason for me to cover. I'm still short that from 1065. So that when was it 1065 up here? This is back at 945. I can't believe I'm still in this. But as I've said many times, no reason to get out of a trade if it's still working. Okay, guys, listen, I'm just all of a sudden incredibly hungry. So I'm gonna have to have a bagel or something. So I'm just gonna put myself on mute while I munch on it. I'll be right here. All right, guys, I'm back. So this MPW might be interesting. MPW, the longer it holds over 8, I like to see it hold over 8. Obviously, it's got a ton of room. The high yesterday was 860. So you can sort of see the difference between the scans here. I mean, MPW obviously would never show up on the daily reversal because it would have to, well, it's not never, but it would have to get up over yesterday's high, you know, maybe unlikely. So it's not going to show up there, but it shows up on the option scanner. Okay. That's why I like having the different types of scans to pick things up. You have one scan. I mean, there's nothing wrong with only having one scan, as long as it's giving you at least, I would say, I don't know, 10 or 15 alerts, 10 or 15 to 10 to 15, 20 or alerts over the course of the day. You can concentrate on those. That'd be fine. Yeah, the Ion Q Love Fest did not last, as somebody in our YouTube room is saying. Well, they didn't say it quite like that. That's how I said it. But yeah, I mean, it just didn't last. I mean, look, one, two, three, four, five, six, almost about an hour and 45 minutes straight up at the very beginning. So that's pretty good. Pretty real. I'm checking on some of your scans here from that trending higher. A lot of them look like they've been beaten up and now they're trying to come back. I haven't really analyzed but a lot of them look like yeah, they're kind of been beaten up and now they're trying to come back. Well, not all of them. Okay, there's JXN, but coming right into that 200-day moving average. That's pretty close. Look at ORIC, guys. ORIC. This is an earnings play today. It's having a bit of a run here, just a little bit of a run from 861 to 9. The next high looking left, that must be on a daily chart. If I could scan back, I would see it. Oh, it's got to be a long time ago. Probably back in February. There's a high in February. And after that, 961 is the next high on the weekly chart. So keep an eye on ORIC. If it takes out that high right there, which is around 910, I'm going to stick an alert right there around 913 because it will have some room to about 960. That is ORIC. Hey guys, out of the PRMW, as I said, if got into we're close to 15, so it's a little lost on that one. Okay, so I still have this H-lit and I still have the LTH. There are two I still have, just doing nothing. I'm mildly positive in both of them. Boy, this short of ACHR, unbelievable. Unbelievable they're not in it. But seriously, that is just an unbelievable turn of events for this company. Okay, guys, I'm actually watching DAR here. This is from the AI. I don't typically get very many late alerts like this. This is at 2:02. Don't get too many late alerts from the AI, but I kind of like what I see. DAR. Why? Because look at the room it's got. Nah, wait a minute. 63.55. Yeah, it's 64.30. Ah, okay. It's got it. The 200-day moving average is right there. So it would have to take that out. 64.33. So I'll put an alert around 64.38. Okay. First of all, to see if it can get through that area, the 200-day area, because it would, if it does, it's got some room. I mean, the next high on the daily chart is almost 66. So, but if you have the AI, I would wait to see if it can take out that 200-day moving average. It's only about a nickel away. Well, that VTYX, yeah. Well, good for you, Phoenix, taking it. Same thing, guys. Just look left. I mean, the stock's got room, becomes a candidate. Look left on the daily chart, the weekly chart. Just look to see where you see the next high is based compared to the current price. Well, I still have my alert set for ORIC, I think around 9:10 or so. ORIC. Well, Ovi, don't be shy, nobody's going to dump on you. Nobody's going to say, why the heck did you pick that one or suggest that one? Nobody's going to say that. And if they do, I'll boot them. How's that? Guys, this auric is just inching its way up. No, it isn't. I'm sorry. I have a bit of a delay going on with something, so it's not quite inching its way up. I thought it was at the 912 mark. Well, GNS probably never for me because it was under $1. Okay, but let's say pretend it wasn't. Yeah, I mean, no way could I predict this was going to happen. No way. I mean, first of all, highly it's 16 million in the float. It's a China stock. I don't know what the news is. I mean, okay, they release the annual report is available to shareholders. I mean, whoop de do. Okay, but okay, that's your news for Genius. Has earnings coming up on the 17th. But no, I mean, just because I would see two, there's no way I would think, oh, okay, I better take this because it's going to do this today. No, we've seen Genius in the past do crazy things, but maybe now it's getting going again. I mean, obviously, 61 cents has doubled in a week, but I tend never to look at anything under $1. Number one. Yeah, I mean, listen, you're right. It might do something again. I mean, from there it came from 30 cents and got up to here, but I just when these are these little well, this is Singapore, okay. Sorry, Singapore, but in that area we have this seeing a lot of Singapore stocks too. But listen, don't let me dissuade you. If you think this is now on the way, go for it. But I'm actually surprised it trades options. That to me is a surprising thing. So it's 28 times normal option activity. What do I think about TXRH from our YouTube room? TXRH. Take a look at it. Ooh, well, this has just been hit hard, hasn't it? Texas Roadhouse. Okay, so DAR now is just a little bit of over the 200-day moving average, guys. Just a little bit. Starting to move. It's got some room. But let me take a look at TXRH again. I mean, this has just been beaten up badly. So I had earnings on the 27th. I guess this was the reaction, but it was already in a downtrend. There's not much I like about this. If you're talking about right now as an intraday trade, I mean, maybe, if you put your stop at, I don't know, the vwap 107.21. So I'm not sure. Are you talking intraday? You're talking about has it finally found a bottom? Of course, I can't possibly know. There are two bottoms there on the daily that maybe today it's found a bottom again. but it's certainly not. I don't know. I mean, I look at the daily; it's been very choppy, up, down, topping tails, bottoming tails. So if you're ever in one of these in intraday, more than likely you would have got whipped out of your position. But what are you talking about for? Are you talking about for a swing trade or a trade right now, intraday? Well, looking long term, and you're talking about going long. Obviously, you're probably talking about going long. All I can say is, you know, 106.61. What did it get down to in this day? That's 108, 106.67, 106.82, 106.71. So, maybe this is a bit of a bottom. I don't know. We have 3 days where that is sort of the bottom. You might want to look at the weekly chart also, kind of the area, but it's still in a downtrend. It is still in a downtrend, even though these have held. So I don't see any reason to take this trade right now. I mean, earnings are past also. So what is going to get this going? You know what I mean? Like, what is going to be a catalyst to get it going? Certainly not earnings. Okay, guys. So out of the LTH, basically flat. So all I've got right now is the H lit still. Still have the H lit. Well, of course, if we all go out to eat, but fundamentally, this is not a great looking stock, is it? I mean, look, it's been just beaten up. I mean, listen, I don't want to talk you out of going long this as a swing, but right now, I mean, we have no idea if this is really the bottom. I mean, look where it's come from, 118 down to 107. Earnings were here, not good. Obviously, well, the market did not react well. But listen, don't let me talk you out of it because no, I think I looked left for Oric. I think I looked left. That's all I did. Tony. Okay. Then I think if I look at a monthly chart, I think that was a high. Yeah, right there. Sort of a high in this area. So for me, if it gets up to 910, clearing nine fairly well, then it's got a shot. That's all. Just looking left. I love the fact that it's taken out the whole number nine, or it's holding over the whole number nine. But the way I trade, I like to see it break a little bit more above, and then I think it gives people like myself, or kind of whole number watchers, maybe the comfort that it is going to clear that whole number now. That's just me. That is just me, though, right? Isn't this interesting? This CITA still will not load in our charts. It's the weirdest thing. It's showing up. That's why I'm asking, or it's on the daily reversal, but I can't tell you. I can't show it to you. Man, oh man, look at some of these moves. The SMLR. This is an earnings play. I would have got to in the pre-market $33, 33.31. Looked pretty good. Started to fall in the pre-market, had a little pop when the market opened, but just has drifted down since. I mean, it's still above the open, or above yesterday's close, I should say. Sorry, not above the open, but above yesterday's close. But man, is that question for me, Marty, or are you talking to Paul? And why do you ask that question? Do I use a small account? Why would you ask that question? Just out of curiosity? UBS guys still making an all-time high. I found that very interesting. Because UBS was one of those stocks that got kind of all tied up when the regional banks got hammered. Oh no, 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 that's not the reason. And my filter is not under 10. Typically my filter is I think I have up to 40 or 50. I don't have a filter. I don't have a price limit for stocks under 10 at all. No. I'm not able to see SYTA in a trade ideas chart. I can see it in a trading view chart, and others have said they can see it on their charts. For some reason, SYTA just can see it on our trade ideas charts. So no, you must have misunderstood, Marty. What I said is I don't like to trade stocks under a dollar, is what I said. But I never said I only want to see stocks under 10. Never. Yeah, I can't recall ever seeing something like that because it does load in our single stock window, so we have data for it. But yeah, that is very, very strange. I'm not going to worry about it. I mean, unless I saw a bunch of stocks like that, and why it's happening. I mean, that's probably the first time I've seen SYTA. I'm not sure if I've ever seen it before. Canadian stock, but it's almost as if this is thinking this is a Canadian stock trading on the Canadian exchange, in which case our charts do not display the Canadian charts. But oh, I know, it's where I absolutely. That's why I clicked on it. It's appearing in my reversal window. I know that's why I clicked on it way earlier in the day. But it's showing up again. I know. Well, let's say, Marty, everybody's account size is different. That's why we really don't talk about how much money we make, how many shares we take in a trade and all that. Everybody's account size is different. As long as you have proper money management, but and plus, if I said I have a $500,000 account, what does that make any difference to you? Or $100,000 account, and I'm not talking to you directly, Marty, but I mean that's why we really don't talk about, how much money we make on a trade, how many shares we take. But anyway, I think, and you misunderstood. If you thought I said I only trade, even if that were the case, though, doesn't mean I would have necessarily a small account. If I only wanted to trade stocks under 10, I could be taking a big position, of stocks under 10. No, I've not been able to find a way, Chris. That's what we're really, 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 really good at is real time alerts. I wonder if that's the reason. Did a reverse split? I do remember, yes. I sort of do remember SYTA being, yes, I think William mentioned it yesterday. Anyway, let's get off that one. So it was on Wednesday they did the reverse split. I do recall you're mentioning it, William. I'm pretty sure it was you. But and I'm sure I was able to load it on that day. But anyway, you know what? It's just one of those crazy things. I'm not going to even talk to our development people. I mean, they've got so many other things on the go. If it's one out of 10,000 stocks that for whatever reason doesn't want to load, I don't know. All right, guys, 2:32. We're getting close to shutting the room down around 3. I'll always stick around if there are more questions. Yes, William or Pietro, I can help you there. Okay, so if you can hear me. So Tesla and a handful of stocks have special ETFs just devoted to them. So if you wanted to buy Tesla, but you didn't want to buy the stock, you could buy TSLL. Okay, TSLL. Now it is a one and oops, I don't know what happened there, but it is a 1.5 time, so you should know that. But I think it trades. I don't think it's too devastating as some of the ETFs are that get readjusted. So if you wanted to buy Tesla, you could buy TSLL, okay? And if you wanted to short Tesla, you could buy TSLS. And you can see right now the shorting of Tesla over the last little while has been good. Okay. So hopefully you heard me. So you don't have to buy the stock. You can take a look. You might want to jot these two down, TSLS and TSLL. Now you're getting too complicated, PJ. No, so we asked a question. So the promo code, any promo code for the 15% off the first month only, that's what it is. It's only the first month. Okay. It's not doesn't go to the second month, third month. Otherwise, we if it was 15% every month, then obviously no reason to take out an annual, I guess. But no, to answer your question, no. The 15% discount is only good for the first month. Speaking of which, as we're getting close to my sitting the day and the week. So one last look at my homepage. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. And we've got the new scan in there. So here is the promo code. So yeah, that is only good for the first month. First month. Now, if you did want to have an annual, I can give you a better discount of 25%. You just have to let me know. I'm not just talking to you, Ovi, but anybody. You must do the get started. That's the first thing you do when you take out a subscription. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. New to trading, we've got a nice course for you, free course, 38 videos, starting off with what is a stock. Obviously, you don't have to look at every single video. And the last two talk about the idea or the concept of creating a trading plan. You must have a plan to trade. Okay, be it, well, I'll go over that in a little bit as I wind this up. Stock of the day video, you can sign up for it here. I've already done it. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. And if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder and or if you have Gmail, your promotions folder. The reason I keep repeating that is it's amazing how many emails our poor support people have to answer. I signed up for the trade of the week. I'm not getting it. Please, please check your spam folder. Oh, thanks. There it is. So hopefully if you're listening to this, that's what you should do. Education section right here. And again, here are my scans. So I just added this daily reversal scan. And unfortunately, I forgot to take the sound alert off. So if you're listening to this and you've opened this and you hear trade ideas, that is the sound alert I put on this. Okay, you can always go and remove it if you want. Just don't want to bother the guy who does this for me. I should have remembered that I had the sound alert on it, but I didn't. And I've renamed these. Now we're calling that abnormal option activity, and then the don't repeat abnormal option activity. Now, again, if you want to take out a subscription, it helps the room immensely. If you use my homepage link at some point, or you save my homepage link, and then at some point in the future, you click on it and then use my code. This is a free room, and we'd like to keep it that way. So, company wants to see, make sure that the room is paying for itself, and it's a good marketing tool. So, again, if you take out a subscription, just use my promo code. The room gets credit. Also, if you save my homepage link, of course, then you can take a look at my scans anytime. I do change them up from time to time and the big education section. Okay. Yeah. If you want to take out a yearly quote, just let me know. Okay, Ovi, you come in the room and, well, actually, it doesn't matter. I mean, the way, as crazy as it sounds, the way all this works in terms of credit, if you took out a subscription, if you use somebody else's promo code, well, they're going to get the credit. That's how it works. Now, if you just went to our website and did it, then then the room will get credit if you eventually want to take out an annual. But if you use another person's promo code, but that's just the way it works. What is my ask your dentist what their take is on SDC. Anyway, what's my take on Smile Direct? I know it's had a bit of a run, ugh, but now look at it. Yeah, I mean it's a mess. It's a mess. I mean, it had a nice little run up to a dollar, and then it couldn't hold really, and now it's a mess trying to hold the 200 day. I mean, I don't know what you were look. I mean, I just don't like this at all. I mean, there's. I mean, maybe it goes on another run, but in our YouTube room, how do you deal with how do you deal with having a bad trading day? I'm in the midst of a bad trading day or a horrible day. Well, first of all, I know what a lot of people do, and I'll typically do the same sort of thing. A lot of people, what they'll do is they'll say, okay, if I lose X number of dollars, I just stop trading. One of the worst things you can do is so if you adhere to that, then it shouldn't be a horrible day, right? Shouldn't be a horrible day. So if you say, well, okay, if I lose $100 today, I'm turning my computer off and I'm walking off, whatever that number is. But I know what human nature, it's sometimes it's hard because you want to regain your loss and start getting maybe reckless. So the 100 turns into two and three, etc. So if you can have the mental discipline to have a number in mind, based on your account size, to say, okay, you know what, this isn't my day. I'm down, the most I want to lose, manageable, and I just turn off my computer and do something else. Okay, that's what I would do. It's hard though. Trading can be very addictive. Well, not can be. It is very addictive. So I mean, listen, I know you can turn your computer off. Say you're down that dollar amount that you're saying, okay, if I'm down this amount, I should turn off my computer and walk away. And maybe that happens in the first hour, and then your computer starts calling you, come back, turn me on. Let's see what's happening now. I know that's what it's all about. It's like a siren call, if you know about the sirens of the sea. So, it's hard, but just try to have that discipline to turn it off and just come back the next day. Put your phone away too. Don't get any alerts. Don't look at the market. Easier said than done. The only thing SDC has got going for it is that short float percent. So I think what happened here is that there are groups out there now that are just looking at that short float percent and saying, "Hey, let's try to nail the shorters," okay, and pump this thing up for no reason. There's no news. I mean, I don't think there was any news, but once they stop, that's it. Okay, it comes right back down. Look at the semis for a while, SMH. I mean, still way above. There's the 200-day, but again, I was showing Steve and I were talking at the end when Steve was in the YouTube room, and XLK. I mean, still well above the 200-day moving average, but look what's happening. There's the semis. Here's XLK. Technology still well above, but look what's been happening. I think communications is still pretty solid. I don't think it's had the same sort of drop. No, not really. Yeah, look at that. I mean, there and here again, there's the 200-day, but it has not had that drop like the tech sector and SMH has had. Yeah, energy is the one that it finally broke out a few days ago, or maybe a couple of weeks ago. XLE is still, yeah, it's breaking out. It touched it, but look at that. I mean, it actually touched it 3 days ago. That green line there is the 200-day moving average. Let's take a look at some of the sectors now. XLV, healthcare. Healthcare touched it a few days ago. Did not you know you could do that? So in our YouTube room, Shaw is saying you can actually ask, can you really? I mean, never thought about it. You can ask your broker to restrict your trading if you're down a set amount. So you can tell your broker, freeze my account until the next day if I'm down $200, as an example. I've never heard of that. I'm not saying it's not true, but I've never heard of that. Now, you did say, I believe you can. Okay, cool. So I have a confirmation that you can. Well, that's one way then. Where are you? Weeks. That's what you should do. If you cannot have the discipline to set that dollar amount that is a manageable, like a manageable number that you can afford to lose on a day, in a day. Pick that number, and it should be your account size should dictate that. But if you still have a tough time obeying it, yeah, contact your broker and say, cut me off until tomorrow. That'd be a great way to money manage. Seriously, people who have, and listen, we all went through it, and some are still going through it. It reminds me of those movies that you see somebody trying to go on a diet. Okay, do not let me eat ice cream, no matter what I say. I know there's ice cream in the fridge. No matter what I do, not let me eat ice cream. And then you sneak in and you're at the fridge and you're getting it. No, you can't have it. You told me to tell you to not have ice cream. I don't care anymore. I want the ice cream. You know, usually it's drug related, but yeah, willpower is tough. This is going to be a record for me, guys, holding a stock almost all day long in this short position from 1065. Okay, guys. Well, getting set to wrap this up. Okay, guys. Again, as we're getting set to shut down the room for the week, are there any questions that I can answer right now? So the DAR, I mean, it's just too late for me, but I mean, the DAR, too bad this is not earlier in the day, the DAR. Well, here's another big daily reversal. Look at this one. Now, I don't think I would have seen this. Why wouldn't I have seen? Yeah, again, the relative. No, I don't have relative volume here. Where's the volume? What a daily reversal on this one. 1754. So I wonder if I should reduce it a bit, especially we're going to get out of earnings season pretty. We're going to have a few next week. We'll have about 160 companies releasing next week. So we'll still have some earnings plays, but as we get out of earnings season, I may reduce the filter on this, maybe to 100,000 instead of 150,000. What's the spread like on that one? Because I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing anything in that scan until it hits 150,000, and so it just hit 158,000. But you know what? It probably will keep me out of trouble. I'll see some that don't do this, and think, oh, maybe I should take this one. It just doesn't have enough volume. If all that makes sense. Hmm. Yeah, you're right. Somebody wanted this one. SN's a big block trade of some sort. Yeah, price hardly moved. Jeté. See what this one is doing now. So this was okay. I guess this is an IPO today. Yeah, a Nasdaq debut. Let's take a look. Not doing well. Ah, okay. So this was a SPAC. Okay, so this is a SPAC. Right. It was trading in the pre-market. So this is a SPAC. So going forward, you know what? I will stick. Wow, 14 cut to 14 something. Amazing in the pre-market. Boy, you got to admire their creativity. The company says it is working on an app called Charter GPT, giving it developing artificial intelligence solutions to the aviation industry. Very clever. I'm sure they were all sitting around the boardroom. What can we call this thing? How about Charter GPT? Sold. Very good. Very clever. So what I'm going to do with this one is I will actually stick a price alert just underneath 10 to see maybe next week it'll start to move. The view. Whoa, look at this thing. This thing just showed up, guys. I bet you it's popping in a big way. Yes. The view just showed up. 256. Yeah, I mean it's less than a minute ago at 1090. And it ran to 1144 before a little bit of a pullback. This is what I'm talking about. This is the don't repeat version of it, of the daily reversals. And of course, this is the repeating version of it. Now available on my homepage. So this is an earnings play, but really nothing reaction most of the day. Doesn't trade very much though, guys. Look at that, 243,000 shares. That's it. So it really doesn't trade much. Well, the fee rate at IB is 135.35% for shorts on view. Yeah, it's a 44-cent spread. You're absolutely right. I mean, the only reason I'm mentioning it is because it showed up here. Okay, guys. Any questions? And if there aren't any, and like if you have a question, don't be shy. Ask. I don't have to go. Okay, I don't see any. I'll just give it another minute, and if I see a question, I'll answer it. Otherwise, I'm going to shut down. Okay, guys, I don't see any questions. So have a great weekend, and we'll see you guys Monday morning. I'll be on the mic at 9 o'clock. So have a great weekend, and we'll see you then. Bye bye. And YouTubers, I will do the same for you guys.